Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we're not chasing great kings, famous generals, or legendary heroes. Instead, we're stepping quietly into the ordinary life of someone history almost forgot. Sometimes, the quietest lives leave the deepest footprints, even if no one remembers their names. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Settle into your favorite blanket, fluff your pillow, and let the weight of the day slowly melt away. If you're still awake, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more peaceful journeys through history. Your support truly means a lot now. Take one slow, deep breath in, and gently let it out again. Breathe in, and slowly exhale. Allow your shoulders to relax, let your jaw unclench, feel your eyelids becoming just a little heavier. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing you need to finish, nothing waiting for your attention. For the next few hours, time itself will seem to slow down. Our story begins during the early 18th century, when the eastern edge of North America was still a collection of small British colonies resting between the endless Atlantic Ocean and vast forests that stretched farther than most people could imagine. On this particular morning, the world was still asleep. The sky above was filled with countless stars, bright enough to cast a faint silver glow across the fields below. There were no streetlights, no glowing windows reaching into the night, and no distant hum of highways. Darkness here was complete, softened only by moonlight and the quiet sparkle of the heavens. A cool breeze drifted through towering oak, maple, and pine trees. Their leaves whispered gently to one another, creating a peaceful rhythm that had echoed through these forests for thousands of years. Hidden beneath those trees, a narrow creek wound silently over smooth stones polished by centuries of flowing water. Every so often, a fish disturbed the surface with the smallest ripple before disappearing once again beneath the dark reflection of the sky. The village itself rested quietly beside a broad meadow. Only a few dozen families lived here. Their homes were built from hand-cut timber, raised through weeks of hard work, and the helping hands of neighbors who understood that no family could build a life alone. Each cottage looked slightly different. One leaned just a little to the left. Another had a wider chimney. Some had tiny glass windows imported from England, while others still covered their openings with wooden shutters during the colder months. None of the houses were grand, none were perfect. Yet every one of them held warmth, laughter, hope, and ordinary dreams. At the edge of the village stood a modest wooden home belonging to Thomas Carter, his wife Mary, their young son Samuel, and their little daughter Elizabeth. History never recorded Thomas's name in any important document. No artist ever painted his portrait. No newspaper would one day write about him. But his life, like the lives of millions of ordinary colonists, quietly helped shape the future of a nation that did not yet exist. Inside the cottage, the air carried the comforting scent of seasoned oak that had burned slowly in the fireplace throughout the previous evening. The fire had nearly gone out now. Only a handful of glowing embers rested beneath a blanket of pale gray ash. They gave off just enough warmth to keep the room comfortable during the cool hours before dawn. Heavy wool blankets covered each bed. They were coarse to the touch, but wonderfully warm. The wooden beams above had darkened over many winters, stained gently by years of smoke rising toward the chimney. Bundles of dried lavender, rosemary, and sage hung upside down from the rafters, filling the house with a faint herbal fragrance that mixed pleasantly with the smell of fresh timber. Outside, the world remained patient. No clock hurried the morning forward. No alarm interrupted anyone's dreams. People here trusted the oldest clock ever known, the slow turning of the earth beneath the stars. Somewhere in the distance, an owl gave one final call before disappearing into the forest. Moments later, silence returned. It was the kind of silence that is almost impossible to find today. Not an empty silence, a living silence. One filled with tiny sounds that only appeared when everything else became quiet enough to hear them. The soft rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of moving water, the gentle breathing of sleeping horses inside a nearby stable, the quiet creak of old wood settling as the night air slowly cooled. Time seemed to stretch. Nothing felt rushed. Nothing demanded attention. The village simply waited for the first hint of morning, just as it had every day for generations. Far beyond the eastern trees, the darkness began to soften. At first, the change was almost impossible to notice. Black became deep navy. Navy slowly blended into shades of indigo. Then came a faint ribbon of silver resting just above the horizon. Morning was on its way. The stars, one by one, quietly surrendered the sky, not because they had disappeared, but because daylight was patiently taking their place. A single robin landed upon a weathered fence post near Thomas's garden. It tilted its tiny head, listening to the silent world around it. Then, with complete confidence, it sang the very first song of the new day. Its cheerful melody floated across the meadow. A second bird answered from an apple tree, then another. Within minutes, the forest was alive with gentle birdsong, each note blending naturally into the peaceful rhythm of the waking countryside. Still, the village remained calm. No one hurried outside. There was no rush to begin. The day itself was still stretching awake. And somewhere inside that little wooden cottage, Thomas remained asleep, completely unaware that another ordinary day, one that history would never record, was quietly waiting just beyond the sunrise. The first rays of sunlight slipped gently over the distant hills, brushing the tops of the towering pines with a warm golden glow. The light moved so slowly that it almost seemed to pause, as if even the sun understood there was no reason to rush this quiet little village into another day. Inside the cottage, Thomas stirred beneath his heavy wool blanket. He did not wake suddenly. There was no sharp alarm, no buzzing phone, no distant traffic, only the familiar sounds that had greeted him nearly every morning of his life. The robin was still singing outside the window. A gentle breeze wandered through the trees. Somewhere nearby, a cow let out a long, sleepy moo, followed by the soft clucking of hens beginning their morning search for seeds and insects. Thomas opened his eyes. For a few peaceful moments, he remained exactly where he was. He watched the faint morning light dance across the rough wooden ceiling above him. Every beam had been cut by hand years earlier. Some still showed the marks left behind by the broad axe that had shaped them. Those marks reminded him of his father, who had helped build this very house long before Thomas had children of his own. His father used to say that a home should never be built in haste. A strong house, he often whispered, is built one careful day at a time. Thomas smiled quietly at the memory. Some lesson stayed with a person forever. Beside him, Mary was still asleep, her breathing slow and peaceful. Their daughter Elizabeth had somehow managed to kick most of her blanket onto the floor during the night. Thomas rose carefully so he would not wake anyone. He picked up the blanket, gently covered his little daughter once again, and brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face. She sighed softly but continued sleeping. Children, he often thought, carried the deepest kind of peace. He slipped his feet into well-worn leather shoes that had already been repaired more times than he could remember. A small crack had appeared near one heel last winter, but careful stitching had given them another year of life. Nothing useful was ever discarded simply because it looked old. Outside the bedroom, the fireplace waited patiently. Only a handful of glowing embers remained beneath the ashes. Thomas knelt before the hearth and placed several thin sticks over the fatting coals. He blew gently. At first, nothing happened. Then a tiny orange glow appeared, another careful breath. A thin ribbon of smoke curled upward. Moments later, small flames began dancing quietly between the dry twigs. The fire was alive again. Its gentle crackling filled the cottage with a comforting warmth. Soon the familiar scent of burning oak drifted through the room. To families like Thomas's, that smell meant more than warmth. It meant breakfast. It meant safety. It meant another ordinary day beginning exactly as it should. He filled a black iron kettle with fresh water collected from the well the evening before. The kettle rested above the growing fire while the water slowly warmed. There were no buttons to press, no electric burners. Everything required patience. Even boiling water became a quiet little ritual. Thomas never minded. Over the years, he had learned that patience made simple tasks strangely enjoyable. While the water heated, he opened the front door. Cool morning air flowed gently into the cottage. It carried the rich scent of damp soil, wildflowers, fresh grass, and distant pine trees warmed by the first sunlight. He stepped outside. The world seemed to sparkle. Every blade of grass held tiny drops of dew. Spider webs stretched between fence posts like delicate silver lace, each thread decorated with tiny beads of water that caught the morning light. A pair of rabbits darted across the meadow before disappearing into the tall grass. Butterflies drifted lazily above patches of wildflowers, moving without any apparent destination. Thomas leaned lightly against the wooden fence surrounding his small vegetable garden. Rows of cabbage, onions, carrots, beans, and squash waited quietly beneath the morning sun. They had grown only a tiny bit since yesterday, not enough for anyone to notice at first glance. But Thomas knew they had changed. Nature was always moving, always growing, always working patiently beneath the surface. Perhaps people were not so different. Most of life's greatest changes happened so slowly that no one noticed until years had quietly passed. Far across the meadow, thin columns of smoke began rising from neighboring chimneys. Other families were waking now, one by one, just as they always had. Mrs. Harper stepped outside carrying a woven basket. Old Mr. Collins slowly crossed the road with 2 empty buckets balanced carefully across his shoulders. Young Daniel Parker chased an escaped chicken through his yard while trying not to laugh loudly enough to wake his younger sisters. The entire village came alive without noise, without hurry, without confusion. Everyone knew what needed to be done. There was comfort in familiar routines, comfort in ordinary mornings. Comfort in knowing that today's sunrise looked very much like yesterday's, and would likely look very much like tomorrow's as well. Thomas took one slow, deep breath and smiled toward the endless forests beyond the fields. Another peaceful day had only just begun, and somewhere beyond those quiet trees, countless more gentle stories were waiting to unfold. Thomas stood quietly for another moment, resting both hands on the smooth top rail of the weathered fence. The wood felt cool beneath his fingers. Years of rain, sunlight, and changing seasons had softened its rough edges, giving it a silvery color that only time could create. A gentle breeze wandered across the meadow, carrying with it the sweet scent of clover blossoms and freshly turned earth. Somewhere in the distance, a horse snorted softly before lowering its head to continue grazing. Nothing about the morning seemed eager. Even the clouds drifted slowly across the pale blue sky, moving with such quiet confidence that they appeared to have all the time in the world. Thomas had always liked mornings best, not because they were exciting, but because they were honest. Morning made no promises. It simply arrived, asking only that people greet it with open eyes and willing hands. He walked toward the old stone well near the edge of the yard. The well had served the village since before he was born. Its stones were smooth from countless hands pulling ropes and lifting heavy wooden buckets. Every family depended upon it. Every morning began here. Thomas wrapped the rough hemp rope around his hands and slowly lowered the empty bucket into the darkness below. The rope slid steadily between his fingers down, farther down, until, splash, the quiet sound echoed gently from deep inside the well. He waited for the bucket to fill before pulling it upward. The rope felt heavier now. His arms worked slowly, steadily, lifting the cool water toward the morning light. When the bucket finally reached the top, tiny droplets rolled down its wooden sides, sparkling like little diamonds in the rising sun. The water looked perfectly clear, cold enough to wake even the sleepiest traveler. Thomas filled a smaller pail and carried it toward the garden. As he walked, he noticed tiny footprints in the soft soil, not human footprints, raccoon tracks. The little visitor had wandered through the garden during the night, probably searching for something interesting to eat. Thomas chuckled quietly. The raccoon had found nothing except a few fallen beans. Nature always found its own quiet balance. He knelt beside the rows of vegetables and poured water gently around the roots. The earth drank slowly. The thirsty soil darkened as each small stream disappeared beneath the surface. He knew that the plants would never thank him. They would simply continue growing, quietly and faithfully, one peaceful day at a time. Perhaps that was enough. The morning sunlight continued spreading across the fields. Golden light reached every fence post, every tree branch, every rooftop. Tiny insects hovered above the grass, their delicate wings shining for only a moment before disappearing again. A honeybee landed on a white clover flower. It moved patiently from blossom to blossom, collecting nectar without the slightest hint of hurry. Thomas watched it for several seconds. The little creature seemed completely content with its simple task. There was something comforting about that. Life did not always need to be extraordinary. Sometimes quiet purpose was more than enough. Behind him, the cottage door opened slowly. Mary stepped outside with a warm shawl wrapped around her shoulders. She paused on the doorstep, closing her eyes for a brief moment as the cool morning breeze brushed gently across her face. "Beautiful morning," she said softly. Thomas smiled. "It certainly is." Neither of them felt the need to say much more. Some mornings were better enjoyed in silence. Mary carried a small woven basket toward the herb garden growing beside the house. She carefully picked fresh rosemary, thyme, and a few sprigs of mint, placing each one gently into the basket. Their fragrance drifted through the air with every movement. Soon, the scent of fresh herbs mixed with the smell of warm earth and blooming wildflowers. From inside the cottage came the faint sound of tiny footsteps. Little Elizabeth had finally awakened. A moment later, she appeared in the doorway, rubbing her sleepy eyes with one hand while clutching a small rag doll with the other. Her golden hair was wonderfully untidy, and her blanket still trailed behind her like a tiny royal cape. She looked around the yard with the serious expression that only small children could wear. Then she spotted a butterfly dancing above the garden. Without saying a word, she smiled. The butterfly floated lazily from flower to flower. Elizabeth followed it with slow, careful steps, as though she believed any sudden movement might frighten away such a delicate little miracle. Thomas watched his daughter wander through the morning light, and for just a moment, it seemed as though time itself had decided to pause. The breeze continued to whisper through the trees. Birds greeted the new day with gentle songs. The sun climbed a little higher into the endless blue sky. And somewhere beyond the quiet village, beyond the forests, beyond the rivers and distant hills, the young American colonies were slowly growing. But here, in this peaceful corner of the world, life moved at its own gentle rhythm, one sunrise, one quiet breath, one ordinary day at a time. And with every passing moment, the morning became just a little warmer, inviting the village to wake fully and continue another calm and unhurried day beneath the wide American sky. The warmth of the rising sun slowly settled across the village, painting every rooftop, fence, and meadow with a soft golden light that seemed almost too gentle to notice. The cool mist that had rested over the field since before dawn began to lift, drifting lazily toward the nearby woods before disappearing into the clear morning air. Elizabeth continued following the butterfly. It floated just beyond her reach, never flying too fast, never staying in one place for very long. She giggled quietly as it landed on a cluster of tiny white daisies growing beside the garden path. For a long moment, she simply watched it. Children, Thomas often thought, possessed a wonderful ability to notice the smallest things. A butterfly, a smooth stone, the shape of a cloud, things that adults often hurried past without ever seeing. Nearby, Samuel finally stepped outside, stretching his arms high above his head before yawning so widely that Mary couldn't help but smile. "Good morning," she said softly. "Morning, Mother," Samuel replied, his voice still sleepy. He looked toward the eastern fields where the sunlight now rolled gently over rows of wheat, making the golden stalks shimmer like tiny waves upon a quiet sea. "It looks like it's going to be a fine day." Thomas nodded. "I believe you're right." Weather mattered greatly in a place like this. There were no detailed forecasts, no weather reports on the radio. People learned to read the sky instead, the shape of the clouds, the direction of the wind. The smell carried through the morning air. Even the behavior of birds sometimes offered little clues about the day ahead. Thomas looked upward. Thin white clouds drifted slowly across the bright blue sky. The breeze came gently from the southwest. The air felt dry and comfortable. It would likely remain pleasant until evening. That was good news. There was plenty of work waiting in the fields. Mary disappeared back inside the cottage for a few minutes before returning with a small wooden tray. On it rested thick slices of freshly baked bread, a little crock of butter, a jar of wildflower honey, and a small round of homemade cheese. The bread was still warm from yesterday's baking, its crust firm while the inside remained soft and fragrant. The smell alone seemed enough to brighten the morning. Thomas poured cool well water into simple clay cups. No one hurried to eat. Breakfast was not a race. It was a quiet beginning to the day. They gathered around a sturdy wooden table that stood beneath the shade of an old maple tree beside the house. The leaves overhead swayed gently, creating shifting patterns of sunlight across the tabletop. A pair of bluebirds landed on a nearby fence, watching the family with curious little eyes. Elizabeth carefully spread honey across her slice of bread, perhaps a little too much honey. It slowly dripped onto her fingers. She looked at it for a second before smiling and licking the sticky sweetness away. Samuel laughed softly. Mary shook her head with a smile. Thomas simply chuckled. Little moments like these were never written into history books, yet they were the moments people remembered most. Conversations drifted slowly between bites. Nothing urgent, nothing complicated. Samuel wondered whether the apples would ripen early this year. Elizabeth proudly announced that she had seen 3 butterflies instead of only 1. Mary mentioned that Mrs. Harper planned to trade fresh eggs for extra flour later that afternoon. Thomas listened more than he spoke. He always enjoyed hearing the quiet rhythm of his family's voices blending with the sounds of nature around them. A breeze rustled the maple leaves overhead. Somewhere farther away, a rooster crowed once more, though rather late for announcing the morning. The nearby creek continued its endless journey toward the river, flowing over smooth stones exactly as it had yesterday. And the day before, and countless years before that. After breakfast, Thomas stood and brushed a few crumbs from his vest. The fields awaited him, not because anyone ordered him there, not because a bell demanded it, but because the land had its own gentle rhythm, and those who cared for it learned to move with that rhythm instead of against it. He picked up his wide-brimmed hat from a wooden peg near the door. Its edges had softened from years of sunlight and rain. It wasn't new. It didn't need to be. Outside the garden gate, a narrow dirt path wound peacefully through the meadow toward the family's fields. Wildflowers bordered both sides of the path, their bright colors dancing gently whenever the breeze wandered past. Yellow goldenrod, purple asters, tiny blue forget-me-nots, white Queen Anne's lace. The entire countryside seemed quietly alive. Thomas paused before taking the first step. He looked back once more. Mary was washing the breakfast dishes in a wooden basin. Samuel was carefully gathering kindling for the evening fire. Elizabeth had discovered a tiny ladybug crawling across one of the fence posts and was watching it with complete fascination, as though it were the most remarkable creature in the world. Thomas smiled. His home was simple. His life was ordinary. Yet standing there beneath the wide morning sky, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of family, birdsong, and whispering trees, he could not imagine wanting anything more. With slow, steady footsteps, he followed the winding path toward the open fields, where another quiet day of honest work and countless small moments of unnoticed beauty was waiting to unfold. Thomas walked at an unhurried pace, following the narrow dirt path that gently curved through the meadow. The morning sun rested low in the sky behind him, stretching his shadow across the grass until it seemed to become part of the landscape itself. With each step, the village grew quieter behind him. Ahead lay open fields bordered by ancient stone walls, their uneven rocks carefully stacked by hands that had long since become part of history. Some stones were covered with soft green moss. Others held tiny patches of pale yellow lichen that had slowly spread over many decades. Nature never hurried her work. She simply continued, day after day, season after season. The meadow was alive in the gentlest possible way. Grasshoppers leaped through the tall grass with tiny clicks. Dragonflies glided effortlessly above the wildflowers, their transparent wings catching flashes of sunlight. A family of quail hurried quietly along the edge of the field before disappearing beneath a cluster of shrubs. Thomas noticed everything, not because he was searching for something, but because there was finally enough silence in the world to notice. The air smelled wonderfully fresh, warm earth, wild mint growing beside the path, fresh clover. And somewhere nearby, the sweet scent of apple blossoms drifting from a small orchard. He reached the top of a gentle hill and stopped for a moment. From here, he could see nearly the entire valley. The village rested peacefully below, its small chimneys sending thin ribbons of smoke into the clear blue sky. Beyond it, the forest stretched toward the horizon like an endless green ocean. The trees seemed almost without end. To many people arriving from Europe, These forests had appeared mysterious and overwhelming. To Thomas, they simply felt familiar. They had watched over his childhood. They had sheltered birds through countless winters. They had stood through storms that no living person could remember. The forest asked for nothing. It simply existed, calm, patient, enduring. A pair of white-tailed deer stepped quietly from between the trees. One lifted its head, ears turning gently toward Thomas. For several peaceful seconds, neither moved. The deer did not seem frightened. Thomas did not step closer. They simply shared the morning. Then, as gracefully as they had appeared, the deer disappeared once again into the shade of the forest. Thomas smiled softly. Encounters like that were never planned. That was what made them special. He continued walking until he reached his family's wheat field. The golden stalks swayed together in the breeze like gentle waves rolling across a quiet sea. Thousands upon thousands of slender stems moved in perfect harmony. There was something deeply soothing about watching them. The field seemed to breathe in, out, back and forth beneath the morning sky. Thomas rested one hand upon a single stalk of wheat. It felt smooth beneath his fingertips. Soon it would be ready for harvest. Not today, perhaps not even next week. Nature decided such things in her own time. Nearby stood an old oak tree that had become Thomas's favorite place to pause during the busiest days. Its enormous branches stretched wide across the field, offering cool shade throughout the summer. The trunk was so broad that 3 grown men could barely wrap their arms around it together. No one knew exactly how old the tree was. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps 2, maybe even older. It had already been standing long before the first settlers built the nearby village. Its roots reached deep into the earth. Its branches reached patiently toward the sky. Generation after generation had passed beneath its leaves. The tree remained. Thomas removed his hat and sat beneath its shade for just a few minutes. There was work to be done, always, but there was also value in beginning slowly. He leaned back against the sturdy trunk and closed his eyes. The breeze whispered gently through thousands of leaves overhead. Their soft rustling sounded almost like distant waves washing onto a peaceful shore. Bees hummed lazily among patches of clover. Somewhere farther away, a meadowlark sang its bright, cheerful melody. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating shifting patterns across the grass. Tiny patches of light danced quietly with every movement of the branches. Thomas took one slow breath, then another. The world around him seemed perfectly balanced. Nothing was too loud, nothing demanded attention. The earth turned quietly beneath the morning sun. Clouds drifted lazily overhead. The wheat continued its slow dance with the wind. If someone from the future could stand beside him for only a few minutes, they might wonder how life could move so slowly. But perhaps that was the secret. Life had not become slower. People had simply given themselves enough time to notice it. After resting beneath the great oak, Thomas opened his eyes once more. He rose slowly, brushed a few blades of grass from his trousers, and looked across the peaceful field stretching before him. Another ordinary morning had only just begun, and in its quiet simplicity, it held the kind of beauty that history books almost never paused long enough to describe. Thomas reached for the smooth wooden handle of his hoe, which rested exactly where he had left it the evening before, leaning against the old oak tree. The handle had become polished over the years, not by careful sanding, but by thousands of hours spent in hardworking hands. He lifted it slowly. There was comfort in familiar tools. Each carried small scratches and worn places that told quiet stories of seasons gone by. The morning air was still pleasantly cool. The heat of the afternoon had not yet arrived, and the field seemed grateful for these gentle hours beneath the rising sun. Thomas stepped carefully between the rows of young vegetables planted beside the wheat. Beans climbed their wooden poles. Carrot tops formed neat rows of delicate green leaves. The squash plants stretched wide across the dark soil, their broad leaves catching tiny drops of dew that sparkled like scattered pearls. He paused beside one small bean plant. During the night, it had climbed just a little farther up its wooden support, only an inch, perhaps less. Most people would never notice such a small change. Thomas did. Nature was full of tiny victories. You simply had to slow down enough to see them. A honeybee landed on a nearby blossom. Its tiny legs were already dusted with bright yellow pollen. Without wasting a single movement, it continued its quiet work before lifting gently into the air and disappearing toward another patch of flowers farther down the field. Thomas smiled. Every creature seemed to understand its place in the morning. No one hurried. No one complained. Each simply carried on. He began loosening the soil between the rows. The gentle scrape of metal against earth created a slow, steady rhythm. Scrape, step, scrape, step. It was not unpleasant. In fact, the sound blended naturally with the whispering breeze and distant birdsong until it became part of the peaceful landscape itself. Above him, swallows darted effortlessly across the blue sky. They moved so quickly that their wings became little more than graceful blurs against the morning light. From somewhere beyond the hill came the faint ringing of a small church bell, only once. Its soft tone drifted across the valley before fading into silence. The bell did not announce urgency. It simply reminded the village that another peaceful morning had arrived. Thomas stopped working for a moment and looked toward the sound. The tiny white church stood near the center of the village, its modest wooden steeple rising just above the surrounding rooftops. It was not large. It did not need to be. On Sundays, nearly everyone gathered there, filling the little building with familiar faces and quiet voices. For the rest of the week, it stood peacefully beneath the changing sky, watching over the village without saying a word. A gentle breeze brushed across the wheat once again. The entire field moved together in one slow, graceful wave. Thomas always found that sight calming. It reminded him of the ocean he had seen only a handful of times during his life. Different sounds, different scents. Yet the same peaceful rhythm. The earth had many ways of reminding people to slow down. He continued tending the rows until the sun climbed a little higher. Warmth settled gently across his shoulders, not uncomfortable, just enough to remind him that summer was quietly unfolding one day at a time. Nearby, a tiny field mouse peeked from beneath a clump of grass. Its whiskers twitched as it looked around carefully. Finding no danger, it hurried across the path carrying a small seed almost as large as its own head. Within seconds, it disappeared beneath another patch of wildflowers. Thomas chuckled softly. Even the smallest creatures had important work to do. A pair of butterflies floated lazily over the field, rising and falling with the breeze as though dancing to music only they could hear. Their wings caught the sunlight with every gentle movement. White, gold, white again. For several moments, Thomas forgot entirely about his work. He simply watched them drift through the warm summer air. Sometimes the greatest gift a day could offer was a reason to pause, nothing more, nothing less. Far away, beyond the fields and forests, the Atlantic Ocean continued its endless conversation with the shore. Thomas could not hear its waves from here. Yet he knew they were there, just as they had been yesterday, just as they would be tomorrow. The world was full of quiet things happening beyond sight. The tides rising and falling, rivers slowly carving valleys, trees adding one tiny ring each passing year, clouds crossing the sky without leaving footprints behind. Life itself moved gently forward, even when it seemed perfectly still. Thomas rested both hands upon the top of his hoe and took one long, slow breath. The fresh scent of wheat, warm earth, and wildflowers filled the morning air. Above him, the wide blue sky stretched endlessly from one horizon to the other. There were no towering buildings to interrupt it, no trails of airplanes, only drifting clouds, singing birds, and the peaceful promise of another ordinary summer day. And with the quiet confidence that only nature could inspire, Thomas returned to his work, knowing there was no need to hurry. The day was still young, and the morning had many gentle moments left to share. The gentle rhythm of the morning settled into the countryside like a favorite melody that everyone knew by heart. Thomas continued working slowly, guiding the hoe through the rich, dark soil with calm and steady movements. The earth was soft from a light rain that had fallen 2 evenings earlier, making today's work a little easier than usual. He paused now and then, not because he was tired, but because there was always something worth noticing. A small bluebird landed on one of the fence posts that bordered the field. It carried a tiny twig in its beak. For several moments, it looked carefully in every direction before flying toward an old elm tree near the creek. Curious, Thomas watched it disappear among the branches. Hidden high above the ground was a carefully built nest. The little bird returned only moments later with another twig, then another, piece by piece, day after day. No frustration, no impatience, just quiet determination. Thomas often admired creatures like that. They never seemed concerned about finishing everything at once. They simply completed one small task, then another, until one day the work was done. A cool breeze swept across the field once again. The wheat bent gracefully as though bowing together before standing tall again. The sound was almost impossible to describe, not quite a whisper, not quite a rustle, something wonderfully peaceful in between. If someone closed their eyes, they might imagine gentle waves rolling onto a quiet beach. Thomas did exactly that. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes and simply listened. The wind, the birds, the distant murmur of the creek, the quiet hum of bees moving from flower to flower. It was enough. Sometimes the world offered its greatest gifts without asking for anything in return. When he opened his eyes again, the sunlight had climbed a little higher into the brilliant blue sky. The shadows beneath the old oak had become slightly shorter. A few white clouds drifted lazily overhead, changing shape so slowly that they appeared almost motionless. One reminded Thomas of a sailing ship. Another looked like a sleeping sheep. As a boy, he had often spent long afternoons lying in the grass, imagining stories hidden among the clouds. He wondered if children centuries from now would do the same. Perhaps they would. Perhaps some things never changed. A faint sound carried across the valley. It was laughter, children's laughter. Thomas looked toward the village. Several youngsters were helping carry small buckets of water from the well. They walked carefully, trying not to spill too much before reaching home. Every so often one would splash another by accident, or perhaps not entirely by accident. The laughter drifted gently across the fields before disappearing into the summer air. Thomas smiled. The sound reminded him of his own childhood. Back then, the village had looked almost exactly the same winding road, the same church bell, the same creek. Even the great oak tree beneath which he had rested earlier had already seemed ancient. His father had once placed a hand upon its broad trunk and quietly said, "This tree has watched more mornings than any of us ever will." At the time, Thomas had been too young to understand. Now he did. The tree had witnessed seasons beyond counting. Children had grown into parents beneath its branches. Parents had grown old. Generations had come and gone. Yet every spring, the oak patiently grew fresh green leaves. Every autumn, it gently released them to the wind, never rushing, never resisting, simply accepting each season as it arrived. Thomas found comfort in that thought. Life was much the same. Each season brought something new. Each season quietly took something away. And somehow, that gentle rhythm made the world feel complete. A butterfly drifted across the path in front of him. Its wings were bright orange with delicate black markings. It landed on a cluster of wildflowers only a few feet away. For several seconds, neither Thomas nor the butterfly moved. The tiny creature opened and closed its wings slowly, warming itself beneath the growing sun. Then, without warning, it lifted effortlessly into the air and floated away toward the meadow. Thomas returned to his work. The steady scrape of the hoe against the soil became almost like breathing, slow, even, comforting. Minutes passed, perhaps longer. Time seemed to lose its importance out here. There was only the warmth of the sun, the rich scent of the earth, the endless blue sky stretching from horizon to horizon, and the quiet understanding that another beautiful morning was unfolding exactly as it should. Beyond the fields, the forest waited in peaceful silence. Its tall pines swayed gently with the breeze. The creek continued its endless journey over smooth stones. Birds sang from hidden branches. And somewhere deep beneath the shade of ancient trees, unseen by anyone, another ordinary day was quietly beginning, just as it had for centuries. The countryside breathed calmly around Thomas, and without realizing it, he found himself breathing in the very same slow, peaceful rhythm. As the morning quietly unfolded, the gentle warmth of the sun spread across every corner of the valley. The last traces of dew slowly disappeared from the grass, leaving behind the rich scent of damp earth warming beneath the summer sky. Thomas rested for a moment, leaning lightly on the handle of his hoe. There was no clock to tell him what hour it was. He did not need one. The position of the sun, the length of the shadows, and the songs of the birds told him everything he wished to know. Somewhere above, a red-tailed hawk circled lazily on invisible currents of warm air. It hardly moved its wings. Instead, it allowed the breeze to carry it effortlessly across the endless blue sky. Thomas followed it with his eyes until it became nothing more than a tiny dark speck against the bright morning. The countryside felt wonderfully alive. Not busy, simply alive. A line of ants crossed the narrow path near his feet, each carrying something many times larger than itself. They moved without confusion. Each one seemed to know exactly where it was going. Nearby, a bright green grasshopper leaped from one blade of grass to another, disappearing so completely that only the gentle movement of the leaves revealed where it had landed. The wind shifted slightly. With it came the distant aroma of fresh bread baking somewhere in the village. Perhaps Mrs. Harper had begun her morning baking early, or maybe old Mrs. Collins was preparing loaves for her grandchildren. Bread was more than food. It was part of the rhythm of the village. Almost every morning, warm loaves cooled on wooden windowsills while their comforting aroma drifted through open doors and across quiet lanes. Thomas smiled to himself. Few scents were as welcoming as fresh bread carried on a cool breeze. He looked toward the orchard standing just beyond the western edge of the field. The apple trees were full of healthy green leaves, and dozens of small apples hung quietly among the branches. They were still far too young to pick, tiny, firm, bright green. By autumn, they would become crisp and sweet, filling baskets carried home by laughing children. But today, they simply rested beneath the sunshine, growing little by little without anyone noticing. Nature asked only for patience. Nothing rushed from blossom to fruit overnight. Everything happened one peaceful day at a time. Thomas often believed people expected too much from a single day. The land had taught him otherwise. One seed, one sunrise, one rainfall, one season. Little things became great things simply by continuing. A familiar voice drifted across the meadow. "Good morning, Thomas." He turned and saw his neighbor, William Harper, walking slowly along the dirt path with a wooden walking stick resting comfortably in one hand. William was a few years older, with silver beginning to show in his beard. His hat had faded from years beneath the summer sun, and his boots carried enough patches to suggest they had walked many hundreds of miles. Yet he always seemed cheerful. He believed that a pleasant conversation was one of life's greatest blessings. "Good morning, William," Thomas replied warmly. "It looks as though we're being given another beautiful day." William glanced toward the sky. "I believe we are." A few moments, the two neighbors simply stood together, looking across the peaceful fields. Neither seemed uncomfortable with the silence. In fact, it felt perfectly natural. Eventually, William spoke again. "My grandfather used to tell me that every sunrise is a gift." Thomas nodded slowly. "I think he was right." William smiled. He also said that people spend far too much time wishing for tomorrow and not nearly enough time enjoying today. Breeze carried his words gently across the wheat. Neither man felt any need to answer immediately. Sometimes the best thoughts deserved a little silence. A pair of swallows darted overhead, chasing tiny insects through the warm air. Their graceful flight seemed almost playful. William watched them for a moment before quietly laughing. "I don't believe I've ever seen a swallow looking worried." Thomas chuckled softly. "No, neither have I." The two men shared another peaceful smile. Then William tipped his hat. "I won't keep you from your work." "I won't keep you from yours," Thomas replied. With that, William continued down the winding path toward his own fields, his steady footsteps gradually fading into the quiet sounds of the countryside. Thomas watched until his neighbor disappeared behind a gentle rise in the land. He was grateful for simple friendships. There were no grand speeches, no dramatic farewells, just kind words exchanged beneath an open sky. Sometimes that was all anyone needed. He returned to the field once more. The wheat shimmered softly in the sunlight. The breeze whispered through the tall stalks. Somewhere in the distance, the church bell rang a single quiet note, floating gently across the valley before fading into silence. Thomas smiled without even realizing it. Another ordinary summer morning was unfolding exactly as it always had. And somehow, that ordinary morning felt quietly extraordinary. Thomas bent once again to his work. though there was never any feeling that the field was waiting impatiently for him. The earth had its own quiet schedule, one that could not be hurried by stronger hands or longer hours. He loosened the soil around a row of young bean plants, careful not to disturb their delicate roots. The plants swayed gently as the morning breeze passed over them, almost as if they were quietly thanking the wind for its company. Above the field, the sky had become a brilliant shade of blue. The few white clouds that had floated overhead earlier continued their slow journey toward the horizon, changing shape so gradually that no one would notice unless they watched for several minutes. Thomas enjoyed watching clouds. He believed they reminded people that change did not always happen quickly. Sometimes, it happened so slowly that it felt almost invisible. The sun climbed a little higher. Its warmth settled gently across the valley without becoming uncomfortable. The air still carried the freshness of the early morning. A chorus of crickets had fallen silent now, leaving the birds to fill the countryside with cheerful melodies. From somewhere deep inside the forest came the steady tapping of a woodpecker. Tap, tap, tap. It echoed softly through the trees like the slow ticking of nature's own clock. Thomas paused and drank from the small wooden cup he had carried with him from home. The cool well water tasted wonderfully fresh. There was no flavor added to it, no sweetness, no spices, only clear water drawn from deep beneath the earth. It was enough. Sometimes the simplest things were the most satisfying. He looked toward the creek that bordered the far side of the meadow. The morning sunlight danced across its gentle surface, turning every ripple into a ribbon of silver. A family of ducks drifted quietly downstream. The mother led the way while 6 tiny ducklings followed closely behind, each leaving a tiny V-shaped trail upon the calm water. They moved together without speaking, without hesitation, as though they trusted completely that the creek knew exactly where it was going. Thomas smiled. He had seen ducks on that creek countless times, yet somehow they never became ordinary. Nature had a remarkable way of repeating itself without ever becoming boring. The breeze shifted again. This time it carried the rich scent of pine from the forest. It mixed with the smell of warm soil and growing wheat until the entire valley seemed filled with the fragrance of summer. Not the busy summer of crowded beaches or noisy fairs, but the quiet summer of open fields, shaded trees, cool streams, and long afternoons that seemed to stretch forever. Far beyond the meadow, an old chestnut horse grazed peacefully inside a fenced pasture. Every few moments it lifted its head, flicked its tail lazily, and returned to the fresh green grass. Nearby, a curious foal stayed close to its mother, occasionally attempting an awkward little run before stopping to investigate a butterfly or a patch of clover. Thomas watched them for a while. Young animals always seemed fascinated by everything around them, every flower, every breeze, every unfamiliar sound. Perhaps the world always felt larger when it was new. A single maple leaf, though still bright green, slowly drifted from one of the older trees and landed softly upon the path. Thomas picked it up. He turned it gently between his fingers. Summer was still in full bloom, yet the tree had quietly chosen to let go of one leaf, not because autumn had arrived, simply because nature rarely moved in perfect uniformity. Every tree, every flower, every living thing followed its own gentle rhythm. He placed the leaf back upon the ground. The breeze carried it only a few inches before it came to rest once again. Nothing in the countryside seemed wasted. Even a fallen leaf would eventually become part of the rich soil beneath the trees. Everything returned. Everything continued. As the morning approached its middle hours, more signs of village life appeared across the valley. A wagon rolled slowly along the distant road, its wooden wheels creaking softly with each turn. 2 farmers walked beside it, talking quietly while their horse kept a steady pace. The sound reached Thomas only as a faint murmur carried on the wind. Then it faded once more into the peaceful stillness. He looked back toward his home. From this distance, the cottage appeared small against the vast landscape. Thin smoke curled gently from the chimney. The garden glowed beneath the sunlight. He imagined Mary humming softly while hanging freshly washed clothes on the line. He imagined Samuel carefully splitting kindling beside the shed. He imagined little Elizabeth searching the grass for smooth stones, colorful feathers, or tiny flowers that seemed far more valuable to a child than any treasure. The thought warmed his heart. Home did not need to be large. It only needed to be filled with kindness. Thomas rested his hand upon the weathered handle of his hoe once more. He took a slow breath, filling his lungs with the sweet, peaceful air of the countryside. The valley stretched quietly before him. The forest stood watch in the distance. The creek continued its endless song. The birds carried their melodies across the summer sky. And another beautiful morning, unnoticed by history but deeply treasured by those who lived it, continued unfolding one calm and gentle moment at a time. The sun continued its slow climb across the wide summer sky, casting a warmer light over the fields with every passing minute. Yet the breeze still wandered gently through the valley, carrying enough coolness to remind everyone that the day was still young. Thomas looked toward the old dirt road that curved between the meadows. It was little more than two narrow tracks pressed into the earth by generations of wagons. Grass grew between them. Wildflowers leaned gently along their edges. The road did not cut through the countryside. It seemed to belong there. A small wagon appeared in the distance. Its wooden wheels turned slowly, producing a familiar creak that blended naturally with the quiet sounds of the morning. The horse pulling it was an aging chestnut mare. She walked at an easy pace, never urged forward by loud commands or snapping reins. There was simply no reason to hurry. As the wagon drew closer, Thomas recognized its driver. It was Mrs. Eleanor Whitmore. She was one of the oldest residents in the village. Her silver hair was tucked neatly beneath a simple linen bonnet, and although the years had bent her back slightly, her eyes still carried a gentle brightness that seemed untouched by time. The wagon held several woven baskets. Some were filled with fresh vegetables. Others contained jars wrapped carefully in cloth. Thomas knew exactly what they were: homemade preserves. Strawberries gathered only a few weeks earlier had already become sweet jars of jam that would brighten many winter mornings. Mrs. Whitmore noticed Thomas and raised a hand in greeting. "Good morning, Thomas." "Good morning, Mrs. Whitmore. What a beautiful day the Lord has given us." Thomas smiled. "It certainly is." She looked toward the field stretching across the valley. "Lived here for nearly 70 years. She paused, taking a slow breath. "And somehow, the sunrise still surprises me." Thomas followed her gaze toward the eastern hills. Although the sun had climbed much higher now, its golden light still rested softly upon the wheat. "It surprises me too," he admitted. Mrs. Whitmore smiled with quiet satisfaction. "Glad." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The horse patiently waited. A pair of sparrows fluttered onto the road ahead before hopping into the grass. The breeze stirred the leaves of a nearby birch tree, creating a sound like gentle rain. Finally, Mrs. Whitmore spoke again. "When I was a little girl, I believed mornings would always feel this long." She laughed softly. "I thought afternoons lasted forever." Thomas smiled. "And now," she looked toward the endless blue sky, "now I know that days pass much faster than we think." She rested one hand gently upon one of the baskets beside her. "That's why I've learned to notice small things." Thomas nodded. Smell of fresh bread. Sound of birds before sunrise. The warmth of sunlight through an open window. The laughter of children. She smiled again. "Those are the moments that stay with you." Thomas thought about her words long after she finished speaking. Perhaps she was right. People often remembered ordinary mornings far more clearly than extraordinary days. Mrs. Whitmore gently clicked her tongue, and the old mare resumed her slow journey toward the village marketplace. The wagon rolled away without haste. Its wooden wheels continued their familiar song: creak, creak, creak. The sound grew quieter until it disappeared entirely beneath the whispering wind. Thomas watched until the wagon became only a small shape in the distance. Then he turned once more toward the fields. The wheat shimmered beneath the sunshine. Dragonflies hovered above patches of wildflowers. Several swallows skimmed low across the meadow, catching tiny insects with effortless precision. Near the edge of the field stood an old stone wall. Its uneven rocks had been stacked carefully by hands that belonged to people no one alive could remember. Tiny ferns grew between the cracks. Soft moss covered the shaded side. A small chipmunk suddenly appeared, darting along the top of the wall with astonishing speed. It paused beside a flat stone, stuffing something into its tiny cheeks before disappearing into a narrow opening between two rocks. Thomas couldn't help smiling. The little creature seemed endlessly busy. Yet somehow, even its hurried movements felt peaceful in this quiet place. Above the wall, a large oak branch stretched toward the sky. Its leaves danced gently with every passing breeze. Sunlight filtered through them, scattering shifting patterns of light across the grass below. Thomas stepped beneath the shade for a moment. The air immediately felt cooler. He rested one hand against the great trunk. The bark was rough beneath his fingertips. Deep grooves ran from its roots toward the highest branches, each one carved slowly by decades of wind, rain, snow, and sunshine. He often wondered how many people had paused beneath this same tree. Children chasing butterflies, travelers seeking shade, farmers resting after long mornings in the fields. Perhaps even grandparents telling quiet stories while younger generations listened nearby. The tree remembered them all, even if history did not. A gentle gust of wind swept through the valley once more. The oak answered with a soft rustling of thousands of leaves. The wheat bowed gracefully. The tall grasses rippled like green waves. Even the wildflowers nodded gently, as though the entire countryside had paused together to greet the passing breeze. Thomas closed his eyes. He listened carefully, not for anything unusual, but for the familiar music of another ordinary summer morning. The wind, the birds, the distant creek, the creak of an old barn somewhere beyond the hill, the quiet hum of bees among the blossoms. Each sound found its place. None competed with another. Together they formed a peaceful harmony that had filled this valley long before Thomas was born, and would continue long after he was gone. He opened his eyes slowly and smiled. The day was still unfolding. There would be more quiet conversations, more gentle breezes, more simple moments that no history book would ever record. And perhaps that was exactly what made them so precious. Thomas remained beneath the old oak for another quiet moment, his hand resting against the deeply furrowed bark. The tree seemed almost alive in a way that went beyond leaves and branches. It held memories that no person could ever fully know. A gentle sigh escaped the wind. The leaves answered with their soft whisper. Sunlight slipped between the branches in long golden ribbons, warming patches of grass while leaving others cool beneath the shade. It was a beautiful balance, light and shadow, warmth and coolness, movement and stillness. Thomas stepped away from the tree and followed a narrow footpath that led toward the creek. The path had been worn smooth by countless footsteps over many years. Children had run along it. Neighbors had walked together after church on Sunday afternoons. Farmers had carried baskets, tools, and bundles of firewood along the same trail. Even now, the earth seemed to remember every traveler. The grass brushed softly against Thomas's boots as he walked. Tiny white butterflies fluttered from one patch of clover to another. A rabbit sat quietly beneath a blackberry bush. It remained perfectly still, trusting its brown fur to blend into the earth around it. Only its little nose moved, twitching gently as it caught the scent of the morning air. Thomas smiled but continued walking without disturbing it. The creek soon came into view. Its water flowed so clearly that every smooth pebble beneath the surface could be seen. The current was gentle, not hurried. It curved gracefully around larger stones before continuing its peaceful journey toward the river many miles away. The sound of the flowing water was wonderfully calming, not loud enough to cover the birdsong, just enough to become part of it. Thomas knelt beside the bank. He dipped his fingers into the water. It was wonderfully cool. Even during the warmest weeks of summer, the creek carried the refreshing chill of hidden springs deep within the forest. Tiny fish darted through the shallows, flashing silver whenever sunlight touched their scales. Water striders skimmed effortlessly across the surface, leaving delicate circles that slowly widened before disappearing. Nearby, a cluster of bright yellow wildflowers leaned toward the stream. A bumblebee wandered lazily among them, disappearing inside one blossom before emerging dusted with golden pollen. The little creature continued its work without the slightest concern for the passing hours. Thomas often admired such simple determination. Nature never seemed anxious about tomorrow. It simply gave itself completely to today. He picked up a small, perfectly smooth stone from the edge of the creek. Years of flowing water had rounded every sharp corner. He turned it slowly in his hand. How many seasons had it rested here? How many winters had frozen the creek above it? How many spring floods had rolled it gently downstream before leaving it here? No one could know. Time worked quietly, patiently, almost invisibly. A kingfisher suddenly streaked across the water, its brilliant blue feathers shining brightly beneath the summer sun. It landed upon an overhanging branch and remained perfectly still. For a few long moments it watched the water with complete concentration. Then, without warning, it dove. A tiny splash disturbed the surface. Just as quickly the bird rose again, a small fish held securely in its beak. Within seconds it disappeared into the trees. The creek returned to its peaceful rhythm as though nothing unusual had happened. Thomas chuckled softly. Life along the water was always full of quiet surprises. He settled onto a large flat stone near the bank. The stone had been warmed gently by the morning sunshine. It made a comfortable place to rest. Above him, willow branches swayed slowly over the water, their long green leaves almost touching the gentle current. Each passing breeze made them dance gracefully, tracing soft patterns upon the surface below. A dragonfly landed on a nearby reed. Its delicate wings shimmered like colored glass, blue, green, silver. It remained there for several seconds before lifting silently into the air once more. The world around Thomas seemed perfectly content. The creek continued flowing. The birds continued singing. The breeze continued wandering through the valley. Nothing asked for attention. Nothing demanded haste. Everything simply existed exactly as it was meant to. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment. The warm stone beneath him, the cool air against his face, the steady murmur of flowing water, the distant songs of robins, finches, and sparrows hidden among the trees. If peace had a sound, he thought, perhaps it would sound something like this. Far upstream, a single maple leaf drifted gently onto the water. It floated quietly with the current, spinning slowly as it passed over smooth stones and beneath low branches. Thomas watched it until it disappeared around a gentle bend in the creek. He wondered where it would finally come to rest. Perhaps in a quiet pool beneath another tree. Perhaps carried all the way to the river. The leaf did not seem worried. It simply trusted the water to lead the way. And for a little while longer, Thomas did the same, sitting peacefully beside the creek as another beautiful morning continued its slow and gentle journey beneath the endless American sky. The little maple leaf continued its quiet journey downstream until it disappeared around the bend, carried gently by the current without resistance. Thomas remained seated on the warm stone for several more minutes. He had no desire to interrupt the peaceful rhythm of the creek. The water flowed with remarkable patience. Every ripple seemed to know exactly where it belonged. Sunlight reflected from the surface in tiny flashes of silver, dancing across the underside of the willow branches that leaned gracefully over the stream. A pair of painted turtles rested on an old fallen log near the opposite bank. They barely moved. Now and then, one slowly stretched its neck toward the sunshine before becoming perfectly still once again. Thomas smiled. There were few creatures in the world that seemed to understand the value of resting quite as well as turtles. A gentle splash caught his attention. Not far upstream, a small trout leaped briefly above the surface before disappearing beneath the clear water again. The ripples spread outward in perfect circles, larger, larger, until they quietly faded, leaving the creek looking as calm as before. It reminded Thomas that even the smallest moments could leave gentle marks upon the world. He leaned forward and cupped another handful of cool water. It slipped easily through his fingers before returning to the creek. No one could hold moving water for very long. Perhaps that was one of nature's quiet lessons. Some things were meant to be experienced, not kept. Above him, the leaves of the willow whispered softly. Their long, slender branches swayed with the breeze, almost brushing the surface of the water. Every now and then, one leaf would break free. It twirled slowly through the air before landing gently upon the creek, joining the endless journey toward the river. Thomas watched each leaf until it disappeared from sight. There was something strangely comforting about watching things drift peacefully onward. Farther along the bank, clusters of smooth river stones glistened beneath the sunlight. Years of flowing water had shaped every edge into gentle curves. None remained sharp, none remained rough. Time had quietly softened them all. Thomas reached down and picked up another stone. It fit perfectly into the palm of his hand, cool, solid, comfortably familiar. He remembered coming here as a young boy with his father. Together they had skipped stones across this very creek. His father always laughed whenever one skipped 5 or 6 times before finally sinking beneath the surface. Thomas had never become quite as skilled. His stones usually skipped only once or twice, sometimes not at all. He smiled at the memory. It had happened many years ago, yet standing beside the same water made those moments feel surprisingly close. The creek remembered. Even if people grew older, the water continued its endless song. A soft rustling came from the nearby bushes. Out stepped a white-tailed doe. She moved slowly, carefully placing each hoof upon the earth. Behind her came 2 tiny fawns, their white spots still bright against their reddish-brown coats. They followed closely, stopping whenever their mother stopped. The doe lowered her head to drink from the creek. The fawns watched for a moment before copying her. Thomas remained perfectly still. He hardly dared breathe. The peaceful family stood only a short distance away, completely unaware of how beautiful the moment truly was. A blue dragonfly drifted quietly between them. The breeze carried the scent of fresh water and wildflowers through the air. Nothing disturbed the silence. After several minutes, the doe lifted her head. Her ears turned gently toward the forest. Perhaps she had heard something too distant for Thomas to notice. Without any sign of alarm, she began walking back toward the trees. The 2 fawns followed faithfully behind, occasionally stopping to investigate a flower or sniff a patch of grass before hurrying to catch up again. Within moments, all 3 disappeared into the cool shade beneath the towering oaks. The forest welcomed them back without a sound. Thomas remained where he was. Some moments felt too precious to interrupt with movement. Eventually, he rose from the stone and brushed a few grains of sand from his trousers. The sun had climbed higher now. Its reflection shimmered brightly across the creek, turning the moving water into a ribbon of liquid gold. He followed the stream a little farther, walking slowly beneath the shade of tall sycamores and graceful willows. Their branches formed a cool green canopy overhead. The air beneath the trees felt several degrees cooler than the open meadow. Small ferns covered the forest floor. Moss spread across fallen logs. Tiny mushrooms pushed their way through damp patches of earth where the sunlight rarely reached. Everything here seemed peaceful. Everything seemed content simply to grow. A squirrel raced along the branch of a hickory tree carrying an acorn in its mouth. It paused halfway across the branch, looked curiously down at Thomas, flicked its fluffy tail once, and hurried on its way. Somewhere high above, a mourning dove began its soft, gentle call. The sound floated through the forest with a slow, comforting rhythm. Thomas had heard that familiar song nearly every summer of his life. It always made the woods feel even quieter. He stepped over a fallen log covered with soft green moss. Tiny drops of moisture still clung to its surface where the morning shade had protected it from the sun. Nature wasted nothing. The fallen tree now sheltered insects, mushrooms, mosses, and countless tiny living things beginning lives of their own. Even endings quietly became new beginnings. Thomas breathed deeply. The scent of pine needles, damp earth, fresh leaves, and cool creek water filled the forest. It was a fragrance no perfumer could ever truly capture. It belonged only to this place, only to this peaceful morning. And as the sunlight filtered gently through the leaves above, scattering little islands of golden light across the woodland path, Thomas continued his unhurried walk, never realizing that the quiet beauty surrounding him would one day become the kind of forgotten history that future generations could only imagine. The woodland path curved gently away from the creek, winding beneath a canopy of towering oak, maple, and hickory trees that had stood quietly through countless seasons. Their branches reached high above, weaving together into a green ceiling that allowed only scattered rays of sunlight to reach the forest floor. Each beam of light rested softly upon patches of moss, clusters of ferns, and carpets of fallen leaves that still carried the earthy scent of yesterday's rain. Thomas slowed his pace even more. The forest always invited slower footsteps. It seemed almost disrespectful to hurry beneath trees that had patiently watched over the valley for generations. Somewhere nearby, a gentle breeze stirred the highest branches. The movement traveled through the canopy like a slow conversation. One tree whispered to another, then another, until the entire forest seemed to breathe together. The sound was soft enough to calm even the busiest mind. A tiny stream branched away from the larger creek, slipping quietly between smooth stones before disappearing beneath a cluster of ferns. Its water was so clear that Thomas could see tiny pebbles resting on the bottom, each one polished by years of gentle currents. He crossed the stream using a narrow bridge made from two sturdy oak logs placed side by side. The bridge was simple. No railings, no decorations, only solid wood weathered by countless footsteps. As he reached the other side, he paused and looked back. The sunlight shimmered on the water beneath the bridge, creating tiny patterns that shifted with every passing ripple. No two moments looked exactly alike, yet every moment felt wonderfully familiar. A soft rustling came from the undergrowth. This time it wasn't a rabbit. A red fox stepped quietly onto the path. Its reddish coat glowed warmly beneath the scattered sunlight. The fox stopped. Its sharp amber eyes met Thomas's for only a moment. Neither seemed surprised to find the other there. The fox calmly lifted its nose, catching the scent of the breeze. Then, with slow and graceful steps, it crossed the path and disappeared among the ferns without making the slightest sound. Thomas watched until only the gently moving leaves remained. He had seen foxes many times throughout his life. Still, every meeting felt like receiving a small gift from the forest. The path continued climbing ever so slightly. Soon, the trees began to thin. Through the branches ahead, patches of bright blue sky appeared once again. Thomas emerged into a wide clearing filled with tall meadow grass that swayed gently beneath the summer breeze. Wildflowers covered nearly every corner: purple asters, golden black-eyed Susans, white daisies, soft blue lupins. Tiny butterflies floated from blossom to blossom, while bees hummed peacefully among the flowers. The entire meadow shimmered beneath the morning sun. In its center stood an enormous solitary oak. Its branches stretched outward in every direction like welcoming arms. The tree stood alone, yet it never seemed lonely. It had become a quiet landmark for anyone walking between the village and the forest. Travelers often rested beneath its shade. Children climbed its lower branches. Birds nested high among its leaves every spring. Thomas walked toward it. The grass brushed softly against his boots. Grasshoppers leaped out of his way one after another, disappearing into the sea of green behind him. When he reached the tree, he placed his hand gently against its trunk. The bark felt warm where the sunlight touched it, rough where age had carved its quiet story. High above, dozens of leaves shimmered together whenever the breeze arrived. The sound reminded Thomas of distant rainfall. He settled beneath the broad canopy and removed his hat for a moment. The shade felt wonderfully cool after walking through the open meadow. He looked upward. Small patches of blue sky peeked through thousands of gently moving leaves. A robin landed on one branch. Moments later, another joined it. They chirped softly to one another before flying off toward the orchard beyond the hill. Thomas leaned comfortably against the trunk. He thought about how many people had rested here over the years. Perhaps a young couple sharing dreams of the future. Perhaps an old traveler grateful for a place to escape the afternoon sun. Perhaps children laughing while gathering acorns in autumn. The tree had offered its shade freely to everyone. It had asked for nothing in return. A breeze drifted across the meadow, carrying the sweet fragrance of clover and blooming wildflowers. Thomas closed his eyes. For a little while, he simply listened. The gentle hum of bees, the distant song of a meadowlark, the soft whisper of grass moving with the wind, the occasional flutter of wings somewhere overhead. It was a melody without instruments, without words, without beginning or end, only the quiet music of a peaceful summer morning. As he breathed slowly, the warmth of the day settled gently across the countryside. The village continued its ordinary routines beyond the distant hill. The creek flowed steadily through the forest. The wheat fields rippled beneath the breeze. And here, beneath the shelter of an old oak standing alone in a sea of wildflowers, Thomas found himself perfectly content to let the morning pass one calm, beautiful moment at a time. The quiet stillness beneath the great oak lingered for several peaceful minutes. Thomas had long ago discovered that some places seemed to slow time itself. This meadow was one of them. Nothing extraordinary happened here. There were no grand monuments, no famous landmarks, no bustling marketplace. Only grass that swayed with the breeze, wildflowers that opened each morning to greet the sun, and an old tree that had silently watched over the countryside for longer than anyone could remember. A gentle wind wandered through the meadow once more. It carried the warm fragrance of clover, fresh hay, and the faint sweetness of blooming honeysuckle growing along a nearby stone wall. The scent was familiar. Every summer carried it. Every child who grew up in the valley knew it without ever needing to give it a name. Thomas opened his eyes. A single white cloud drifted lazily overhead. Its edges softened and changed shape as it crossed the endless blue sky. He imagined it sailing quietly above forests, rivers, villages, and distant farms before disappearing somewhere beyond the horizon. Clouds never seemed concerned about where they were going. They simply allowed the wind to guide them. Perhaps there was wisdom in that. He rose slowly and brushed a few blades of grass from his trousers. Nearby stood a weathered wooden fence that marked the edge of the meadow. The rails had faded to a soft silver gray after many years beneath the sun. Small vines climbed between the posts, decorating them with tiny purple blossoms. A ladybug crawled carefully along one rail. It paused for a moment as though considering which direction to travel before continuing its slow little journey. Thomas smiled. Even the smallest travelers had somewhere to go. Beyond the fence, a narrow lane curved gently toward a small apple orchard. The trees stood in neat rows, their branches heavy with leaves that shimmered softly whenever the breeze arrived. Young apples, still no larger than walnuts, hung quietly among the branches. Their skins were smooth and bright green. By autumn they would turn shades of red and gold, filling baskets carried by careful hands. But for now, they simply grew silently, patiently. A pair of bluebirds darted between the trees, chasing one another through the warm morning air. Their cheerful songs echoed gently across the orchard before fading into the distance. Thomas followed the lane at his usual unhurried pace. The ground beneath his boots was soft with years of fallen leaves that had slowly returned to the earth. Every season left behind a quiet gift for the next. Nothing in nature was truly wasted. At the far end of the orchard stood an old wooden bench. Its simple design suggested that it had been built many years earlier by someone who cared more about strength than decoration. The corners were rounded by time. The seat had become smooth after countless afternoons spent beneath the shade of the apple trees. Thomas sat down. From here, he could see the valley stretching peacefully below. The church steeple rose gently above the rooftops of the village. Thin ribbons of smoke curled from several chimneys. Children's laughter drifted faintly through the summer air before disappearing into the breeze. Somewhere, a blacksmith's hammer struck metal with slow, measured rhythm. Clang. A pause, then another gentle clang. Even that sound seemed peaceful from this distance. Nothing echoed with urgency. Everything belonged to the quiet heartbeat of the village. A swallow swept low across the orchard, so close that Thomas could hear the soft whisper of its wings. It landed briefly upon a low branch, tilted its head as if listening to the world around it, and then launched itself gracefully back into the sky. The morning continued unfolding with gentle confidence. Sunlight filtered through the apple leaves, scattering dancing patches of gold across the grass. Tiny insects floated lazily in the warm air, glowing whenever they crossed a beam of light. A squirrel appeared at the base of one tree, holding an acorn almost too large for its little paws. It looked around carefully. Finding the world perfectly peaceful, it hurried toward another tree before disappearing into the shade. Thomas rested his hands upon the bench beside him. The old wood felt warm beneath the sunshine. He thought about how many ordinary mornings had quietly passed through this valley. Thousands of sunrises, thousands of evenings, children becoming parents, parents becoming grandparents. New cottages rising while older ones slowly faded beneath ivy and moss. Yet every summer the birds returned. Every spring the orchards blossomed. Every autumn the leaves painted the hills in brilliant shades of amber, crimson, and gold. and every winter snow settled softly upon the rooftops until the whole valley seemed wrapped in peaceful silence. The seasons never hurried, they simply arrived, one after another, exactly when they were meant to. Thomas took one long, slow breath. The sweet scent of apple leaves, fresh grass, and warm summer air filled his lungs. He smiled quietly. There were richer men in the colonies. There were men with larger houses, finer clothes, and heavier purses. But at this very moment, sitting beneath the gentle shade of the orchard with nothing but birdsong, sunlight, and a cool summer breeze for company, Thomas could think of nothing he needed that he did not already have. And so he remained there a little while longer, listening to the peaceful countryside as another ordinary morning slipped gently toward the quiet promise of afternoon. The gentle promise of afternoon arrived almost unnoticed. The sun had climbed higher into the endless blue sky, yet the shade beneath the apple trees remained cool and welcoming. A soft breeze continued to wander through the orchard, setting thousands of green leaves into motion. Together they created a quiet rustling that sounded almost like distant waves rolling onto a peaceful shore. Thomas rose from the old wooden bench. He placed his hat back upon his head and looked once more across the valley. From here, everything appeared wonderfully small. The cottages looked like little wooden toys scattered across the landscape. The church steeple reached modestly toward the sky. The winding dirt road curved gently through fields and meadows before disappearing into the forest beyond. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing demanded attention. The world simply existed in perfect harmony. He followed another narrow path leading downhill toward the village. The path crossed a small meadow where hundreds of tiny wildflowers covered the ground like a colorful quilt stitched by nature itself. Golden buttercups nodded in the breeze. Blue cornflowers swayed beside them. Tiny white clover blossoms attracted bees that drifted lazily from flower to flower, humming their endless summer song. Thomas walked carefully. He disliked stepping on the flowers whenever he could avoid it. His father had once told him that even the smallest blossom deserved its season beneath the sun. Those words had stayed with him throughout his life. Halfway down the hill, he stopped beside an old stone wall. The wall stretched across the countryside in gentle curves, following the shape of the land rather than forcing the land to follow it. Every stone had been placed by hand. Some were large enough that two men had surely needed to lift them together. Others were no bigger than a loaf of bread. Yet somehow they all fit together perfectly. Moss covered the shaded side of the wall. Tiny ferns grew between narrow cracks. A delicate spider web stretched from one stone to another. Morning dew had long since dried, but the web still shimmered whenever sunlight touched its silken threads. Thomas leaned lightly against the wall. The stones held a pleasant warmth after several hours beneath the sun. He wondered who had built it. Perhaps his grandfather had helped. Perhaps someone even earlier. No one alive could say for certain. The names had quietly disappeared with time. Only the work remained. There was something comforting about that. People came and went, but kindness, honest labor, and careful craftsmanship could outlive generations. A cheerful whistle drifted through the air. Thomas turned toward the sound. Along the road came a young shepherd guiding a small flock of sheep toward fresh pasture. Sheep moved slowly, stopping now and then to nibble the tender grass growing beside the lane. Their thick wool shimmered softly beneath the afternoon sunlight. The shepherd carried nothing more than a wooden staff and a small leather satchel slung over one shoulder. He couldn't have been more than 16 years old. As he passed, he tipped his hat politely. "Good day, Mr. Carter." "A good day to you, Jacob." "I hear the weather will stay fair for another few days." Thomas looked toward the clear sky. "I believe it will." Jacob smiled. "That should make the sheep happy." Thomas laughed quietly. "And the farmers too." Young shepherd grinned before continuing along the road, his loyal sheepdog trotting faithfully beside the flock. The dog never barked. It simply walked with calm confidence, occasionally guiding a wandering sheep gently back toward the others. Within minutes, both shepherd and flock had disappeared over the next gentle hill. Their tiny bells continued ringing softly for a little while longer before fading into the peaceful distance. Thomas remained where he was. The valley seemed even quieter after they had gone. A pair of swallows swooped low across the meadow, their graceful flight casting fleeting shadows upon the grass. Far away, The church bell rang once. Its single note floated across the warm summer air before melting into silence. Thomas resumed his walk. The lane became shaded once more as it entered a grove of towering maples. Sunlight filtered through countless leaves, creating moving patterns upon the ground that shifted gently with every breeze. The air here felt cooler. The scent changed as well. Gone was the sweetness of the orchard. Here, the fragrance of rich earth, maple bark, and fallen leaves filled the woodland. Tiny mushrooms pushed through patches of damp soil beneath the trees. A family of chipmunks darted playfully between exposed roots before disappearing into their hidden burrow. High above, a wood thrush began its beautiful song. Its clear, flute-like notes echoed softly through the grove. Thomas stopped walking. Many people believed the wood thrush possessed one of the sweetest voices in all the colonies. Listening now, it was difficult to disagree. The melody rose gently among the trees, each note lingering in the still air before giving way to the next. The entire forest seemed to pause and listen. Even the breeze grew quieter for a moment. Thomas closed his eyes. He let the music wash over him. There was no audience, no applause. Only a little bird singing, because that was simply what it was meant to do. When the final note faded, silence returned once again. Not empty silence, comfortable silence. The kind that wraps gently around the heart instead of leaving it feeling alone. Thomas opened his eyes and smiled. He continued down the shaded lane, following the familiar path home, while the warm afternoon settled peacefully across the quiet American countryside, carrying with it the gentle promise that there was still much of the day left to enjoy. Thomas followed the shaded lane at the same easy pace, never feeling the need to hurry. The afternoon had settled gently over the countryside, wrapping the hills and fields in a warm, golden light that softened every corner of the valley. The grove of maple trees slowly gave way to open pasture once again. The sky seemed even larger here. Without the shelter of the branches overhead, the blue stretched from one horizon to the other, interrupted only by a handful of white clouds drifting peacefully across the afternoon. A meadowlark perched on the top of a weathered fence post. It sang a cheerful melody that floated effortlessly across the open fields. Thomas paused to listen. The little bird seemed entirely devoted to its song, paying no attention to anything else. When it finally finished, it fluttered into the air and disappeared among the tall grasses, leaving only silence behind, a silence that felt welcoming rather than empty. The dirt lane curved gently toward a small pond that rested at the edge of the pasture. The water was perfectly still. Its surface reflected the sky so clearly that it was difficult to tell where the water ended and the heavens began. A few white clouds floated upside down beneath the pond's surface. Every now and then, a gentle breeze disturbed the reflection, turning the clouds into soft ribbons of light before the water became calm once again. Tall reeds lined the shoreline. Their slender stalks swayed gently, making a quiet rustling sound whenever the wind passed through them. Among the reeds stood several graceful white herons. They remained perfectly motionless, watching the shallow water with remarkable patience. One suddenly stretched its long neck. With astonishing speed, it caught a tiny fish before returning to complete stillness. The pond seemed unchanged. Nature had continued its quiet rhythm without interruption. Thomas smiled softly. He admired creatures that understood patience. Not everything needed to happen quickly. Some of life's greatest rewards arrived only after long moments of quiet waiting. Near the water's edge grew an enormous weeping willow. Its long branches reached gracefully toward the pond, their green leaves gently brushing the surface whenever the breeze arrived. The reflection of the willow shimmered below, dancing softly upon the ripples. Thomas walked beneath its shade. The air immediately became cooler. The scent of fresh water mixed with the fragrance of damp grass and wild mint growing along the shore. He removed his hat for a moment and allowed the gentle breeze to pass through his hair. The coolness felt refreshing after several hours beneath the summer sun. A family of frogs rested among the lily pads. One gave a quiet croak. Another answered from the opposite side of the pond. Soon several more joined in, creating a slow, peaceful chorus that blended naturally with the sounds of insects humming through the reeds. Dragonflies skimmed low across the water. Their shimmering wings reflected brilliant shades of blue and emerald green whenever sunlight caught them. They darted effortlessly between patches of floating lilies before settling briefly upon slender reeds. Everything moved with quiet purpose, nothing seemed hurried. A tiny turtle climbed slowly onto a sun-warmed log near the shore. It stretched each leg carefully before settling into the warmth of the afternoon. Thomas watched it for a while. He could not help but smile. There was something reassuring about creatures that carried their homes wherever they traveled. They never seemed far from comfort. He found a smooth patch of grass beneath the willow and sat down. The earth was warm, not hot. Just pleasantly warmed by the sunshine that had filled the valley since morning. From here, he could hear almost every peaceful sound at once. The gentle whisper of willow branches, the distant singing of birds, the soft croaking of frogs, the occasional splash of a fish rising briefly beneath the surface. Far away, carried faintly on the breeze, came the slow creak of another wagon making its way along the village road. The sound drifted across the countryside and slowly faded again. Thomas leaned back against the broad trunk of the willow. He looked upward through the curtain of green leaves. Sunlight filtered gently through them, creating hundreds of tiny golden circles that danced upon the grass. They shifted constantly as the breeze moved the branches. It was a quiet kind of beauty, one that asked nothing except to be noticed. He remembered sitting beneath this very tree many summers ago with his father. On particularly warm afternoons, they would bring a simple lunch of fresh bread, cheese, and apples, then spend an hour watching clouds reflected in the pond. His father had rarely spoken during those afternoons. He hadn't needed to. Sometimes sharing a peaceful place with someone you loved was conversation enough. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment. He could almost hear his father's calm voice carried gently through the years. "Never rush a peaceful day," he had once said. "There are fewer of them than you think." The words settled quietly in Thomas's heart. He opened his eyes once more and watched as a gentle breeze carried a single willow leaf onto the surface of the pond. It floated slowly between the lily pads. A dragonfly landed upon it for the briefest moment before lifting into the air once again. The tiny leaf continued drifting wherever the water wished to carry it. The afternoon rolled on without urgency. The sun continued its patient journey across the sky. The pond reflected every passing cloud. The birds sang as though there would always be another beautiful day. And beneath the quiet shelter of the old willow tree, Thomas allowed himself the rare gift of doing absolutely nothing at all, listening as the peaceful American countryside whispered softly around him. The afternoon drifted onward with the same quiet grace as the willow leaf floating across the pond. Thomas remained beneath the shelter of the great willow, listening as the countryside carried on with its gentle conversation. A bee wandered from one wildflower to the next. The reeds whispered softly whenever the breeze passed through them. Somewhere across the water, a red-winged blackbird called from the top of a cattail, its clear notes echoing over the pond before fading into the warm summer air. The sun had climbed to its highest point. Its light rested brightly upon the water, turning the pond into a sheet of shimmering glass. Yet beneath the willow's sweeping branches, cool shadows still lingered. The shade felt like a quiet room built by nature herself. Thomas reached into the small cloth satchel hanging from his shoulder. Inside rested a simple midday meal. A thick slice of homemade bread, a small piece of cheddar cheese wrapped carefully in linen, one crisp apple from the cellar, saved from the previous autumn's harvest. Nothing elaborate, nothing expensive. Yet everything had been prepared with care. He broke the bread slowly. The crust gave a gentle crack beneath his fingers. Its warm, familiar aroma rose into the air. He cut a small piece of cheese with the little pocket knife he carried every day and placed it upon the bread. The first bite was simple, fresh, comforting. He watched the pond while he ate. There was no newspaper to read, no clock to check, no voice asking him to hurry, only the gentle company of birds, trees, and moving water. Across the pond, two young boys appeared carrying handmade fishing poles. Thomas recognized them immediately. Benjamin and Oliver, brothers. Perhaps 10 and 12 years old. They walked carefully along the shoreline, speaking in hushed voices as though they believed loud words might frighten away every fish in the pond. Benjamin stopped near a fallen log. He carefully lowered his fishing line into the still water. Oliver sat beside him, skipping a small pebble across the pond. 1, 2, 3, 4 gentle skips. The stone disappeared with a tiny splash. The circle spread slowly across the surface before becoming part of the pond once again. The boys laughed quietly, not loudly enough to disturb the peaceful afternoon, just enough to share the simple joy of being together. Thomas smiled. He remembered afternoons exactly like this, long before he became a husband, long before he became a father, when the greatest adventure in the world had been catching a fish, or perhaps simply imagining one. Children possessed a wonderful talent for finding excitement in ordinary moments. Perhaps adults simply forgot how. A pair of painted butterflies drifted lazily between the boys before continuing toward a patch of purple wildflowers. Benjamin watched them disappear. For a moment, he seemed to forget entirely about fishing. The world offered so many quiet things worth noticing. After a little while, Oliver reeled in his empty line. "No luck today," he said with a cheerful shrug. Benjamin laughed. "Maybe the fish are having their lunch." Thomas couldn't help smiling. It seemed like exactly the sort of explanation children would believe. The boys gathered their things and continued walking along the shore, stopping every few steps to examine an interesting feather, a smooth stone, or a tiny frog hiding beneath the reeds. Nothing about their afternoon seemed planned, and perhaps that made it perfect. When they had disappeared around the bend, silence gently returned. The pond reflected drifting clouds. The willow leaves danced softly overhead. A turtle slipped quietly from its log into the cool water below, leaving only a widening circle upon the surface. Thomas finished the last bite of bread and brushed a few crumbs from his hands. A curious sparrow landed only a few feet away. It tilted its head, then hopped closer. Thomas smiled and placed the smallest crumb upon the grass. The little bird waited patiently for a moment before darting forward to claim its unexpected treasure. With a cheerful chirp, it flew into the lower branches of the willow. Thomas watched until it disappeared among the leaves. He had always believed that kindness, no matter how small, never truly disappeared, like ripples upon the pond. It simply traveled farther than anyone could see. A gentle breeze wandered across the water once again. This time it carried the scent of warm pine from the distant forest. The fragrance blended with fresh grass, cool water, and sunlit willow leaves until the entire afternoon seemed wrapped in the comforting perfume of summer. Thomas stood slowly. He stretched his back with a quiet sigh before placing his hat securely upon his head once again. The shadows beneath the trees had begun to shift. Though the day was still bright, the afternoon was moving steadily toward evening. There would still be fences to inspect, animals to feed, a garden waiting for another careful glance before sunset. Yet none of those tasks felt heavy. They were simply part of the gentle rhythm of another ordinary day. He took one last look across the peaceful pond. The herons still stood among the reeds. Dragonflies continued their silent dance above the water. The willow branches swayed gracefully in the warm breeze. Everything remained exactly where it belonged. With slow, steady footsteps, Thomas followed the winding path away from the pond, carrying with him the quiet peace of the afternoon as the beautiful summer day continued its gentle journey across the young American countryside. The winding path led Thomas away from the quiet pond and back toward the rolling hills that overlooked the valley. The afternoon sun had softened ever so slightly. Its golden light no longer shone directly overhead, but began its slow journey toward the western horizon, painting the countryside with warmer shades of amber. Long shadows stretched gently across the meadows. The breeze carried a comfortable coolness now, as though the day itself had begun to relax. Thomas welcomed it. Summer afternoons often felt busiest during these peaceful hours, not because there was more work, but because nature seemed eager to share one last display of beauty before evening arrived. As he climbed a gentle rise, the entire valley opened before him once again. The wheat fields shimmered like oceans of gold. The apple orchard rested quietly beside the village. Thin ribbons of smoke drifted lazily upward from a few cottage chimneys, where preparations for the evening meal had quietly begun. Far beyond, the forest stretched toward the distant hills, its countless treetops moving together whenever the breeze passed over them. From this height, the trees resembled gentle green waves rolling endlessly across the land. Thomas paused. He removed his hat for just a moment. The wind brushed softly through his hair. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. The air carried the fragrance of warm hay drying in nearby fields, fresh pine from the forest, sweet clover blooming beside the lane, and the faint smoky aroma of oak firewood beginning to burn inside village hearths. It smelled like home, not simply a place, but a feeling. A place where every season returned exactly when expected. A place where familiar faces greeted one another with warm smiles. A place where mornings began with birdsong and evenings ended beneath countless stars. As Thomas stood quietly upon the hill, a familiar sound drifted across the valley. Clip-clop, clip-clop, horse hooves. He opened his eyes. A lone rider approached slowly along the winding road below. The horse was a sturdy bay gelding with a dark mane that moved gently in the breeze. Its pace remained calm and steady. There was no urgency, only quiet purpose. As the rider came closer, Thomas recognized him immediately. It was Mr. Jonathan Miller, the village schoolmaster. Jonathan wore a simple brown coat despite the warm afternoon. A worn leather satchel rested across his shoulder, filled with books and carefully folded papers. He believed every child deserved the chance to read, no matter how small the village might be. When he noticed Thomas upon the hill, he smiled warmly. "Good afternoon, Thomas." "A pleasant afternoon to you, Jonathan." Schoolmaster gently guided his horse to a stop. "What a remarkable day," he said, glancing toward the wide blue sky. "It certainly is." Jonathan looked across the valley. "I dismissed lessons a little early today." Thomas raised an eyebrow with quiet amusement. "Oh," the children kept looking out the windows. Thomas chuckled softly. "And could you blame them?" Jonathan laughed. "In the slightest." He looked toward the fields where butterflies floated above the wildflowers. "I finally realized they were learning just as much from this beautiful afternoon as they would from another page in their books." Thomas nodded slowly. "There are lessons that only the countryside can teach." Jonathan smiled. "Patience." Thomas nodded. "Gratitude." Jonathan added another. "Wonder." Two men stood quietly for a few moments. Neither felt the need to hurry the conversation. A flock of swallows crossed the valley together, turning gracefully through the sky as though guided by a single invisible thought. The schoolmaster watched them disappear toward the river. "When I was a boy," Jonathan said quietly, "I thought growing older meant discovering all the answers." Thomas looked toward the distant forest. "Did it?" Jonathan smiled. "No, it simply taught me to ask better questions." Breeze lifted the brim of his hat for a moment before settling again. "I think children understand something we adults sometimes forget." Thomas waited. "They notice ordinary miracles." He pointed gently toward a butterfly drifting across the meadow. "That." Then toward a drifting cloud. "That." Finally toward the golden wheat moving softly beneath the breeze. "And that?" Thomas smiled. "Perhaps that's why afternoons like this are worth remembering." Jonathan nodded. "I believe they are." Schoolmaster tipped his hat politely before giving the reins the gentlest touch. His horse resumed its slow walk toward the village, carrying books, quiet wisdom, and the peaceful spirit of another ordinary summer day. Thomas watched until both rider and horse became little more than small silhouettes against the glowing fields. The valley grew quiet once again. Only the wind remained. It wandered through the wheat, across the orchard, over the rooftops, and into the endless forest beyond. Thomas placed his hat back upon his head and continued along the hilltop path. The afternoon sun followed him faithfully, casting a long shadow over the meadow. There was still time before evening, still time for another quiet walk, another gentle conversation, another small wonder waiting patiently beside the path. And with every unhurried step, the countryside seemed to whisper the same timeless invitation: slow down, look closely. This beautiful day is still unfolding. The hilltop path gradually descended toward the western side of the valley, where the afternoon sunlight had begun to soften into a rich golden glow. Thomas walked without any destination in mind. He had learned over the years that not every journey needed a purpose beyond simply enjoying the road itself. The breeze had become cooler now. It carried the fresh scent of distant pine forests mixed with the sweetness of drying hay stacked neatly in nearby fields. High above, The sky remained a deep, endless blue. Only a few slow-moving clouds drifted lazily toward the horizon, their bright white edges glowing softly beneath the afternoon sun. As Thomas rounded a gentle bend in the path, he came upon a broad meadow unlike any other in the valley. Here, the grass reached almost to his knees. Hundreds of tiny wildflowers covered the open land. Golden buttercups sparkled like little drops of sunlight. Blue cornflowers swayed gently beside clusters of white daisies. Soft purple clover attracted countless bees whose quiet humming blended perfectly with the whispering wind. The meadow seemed almost untouched. No fences crossed it. No wagon tracks disturbed the earth. Only a narrow footpath wound gently through the flowers, inviting travelers to walk slowly and notice the quiet beauty surrounding them. Thomas followed the path. The tall grass brushed softly against his boots with every step. A cloud of tiny butterflies lifted into the air before settling once again among the blossoms. One butterfly, its wings painted with shades of orange, black, and cream, landed briefly upon Thomas's sleeve. He stopped walking. The little creature remained there for only a few seconds. Its wings opened, closed, opened again. Then, without the slightest hurry, it floated back into the meadow. Thomas smiled. Some of life's sweetest moments lasted only a heartbeat, yet they remained in memory for years. A gentle breeze swept across the meadow. The tall grasses moved together in slow, rolling waves that stretched from one end of the field to the other. It looked almost like the surface of a calm ocean beneath a summer sky. Thomas stood perfectly still, watching nature's quiet performance. Nothing was directing it, nothing rehearsed it. Yet every movement felt graceful beyond words. Near the center of the meadow stood an old windmill. Its wooden frame had weathered many seasons of sun, rain, and snow. The great blades turned slowly in the afternoon breeze. Creak, pause, creak. Their steady rhythm echoed gently across the open field. Thomas had always enjoyed that familiar sound. It reminded him that even the wind could lend a helping hand. The windmill had ground grain for countless families over the years. Its work was never hurried, only steady, reliable, patient, just like the seasons themselves. Beside the windmill sat a tiny wooden bench facing west. Thomas walked toward it and sat down. From there, the view stretched for miles. The river shimmered in the distance like a silver ribbon winding through forests and fields. Beyond it, rolling hills faded gently into a soft blue haze. The horizon seemed endless. A family of Canada geese flew high overhead. Their familiar V-shaped formation crossed the sky with quiet determination. Occasionally, one goose called softly to the others. The sound drifted gently downward before disappearing into the afternoon air. Thomas watched until they became tiny dots against the sky. He wondered where they had come from, where they were going. Perhaps they had traveled farther than he ever would. Yet somehow, standing here among familiar fields, he felt no desire to be anywhere else. A peaceful heart, he believed, did not depend upon distant places. It depended upon noticing the beauty already surrounding you. The afternoon light grew warmer. The meadow glowed with shades of gold and green. The wildflowers seemed almost illuminated from within. Even the old windmill appeared softer beneath the lowering sun. Thomas rested both hands upon the smooth wooden seat. Years of weather had polished its surface until it felt warm and comforting beneath his fingertips. He listened carefully. The turning blades, the gentle breeze, the distant call of a meadowlark, the steady chirping of crickets beginning their evening chorus a little earlier than usual. One by one, each sound joined the peaceful symphony of the countryside. There was no conductor, only nature herself. The sun continued its patient journey westward. Its golden light stretched farther across the valley, wrapping every hill, every tree, and every quiet cottage in a gentle warmth. Thomas took one slow, comfortable breath. The world around him seemed perfectly content. Nothing was missing. Nothing needed changing. It was simply another beautiful summer afternoon in the young American countryside. And as the shadows lengthened across the meadow, Thomas remained quietly seated beside the old windmill, allowing the peaceful rhythm of the land to carry him gently toward the calm and restful evening that was slowly beginning to arrive. The first hints of evening arrived so gently that Thomas almost didn't notice them. The sunlight, once bright and high above the valley, had become softer now, pouring across the countryside like warm honey. Every tree cast a longer shadow than before, and the hills glowed with gentle shades of amber and gold. The old windmill continued turning, slowly, patiently. Its wooden blades welcomed each passing breeze with the same familiar rhythm they had followed for decades. Creak, a gentle pause, then another quiet turn. Thomas remained seated on the weathered bench. He watched the valley as though seeing it for the very first time. There was something magical about this hour. The busy work of the day had nearly finished. Yet the peaceful stillness of night had not fully arrived. The countryside seemed to pause, taking one long, comfortable breath before evening settled over the land. Far below, the village was beginning to change. Farmers guided their horses home along the winding dirt roads. Small wagons rolled slowly between cottages. Children who had spent the afternoon chasing butterflies and exploring meadows now wandered back toward their homes, their cheerful laughter floating gently across the fields. Thin curls of smoke rose lazily from stone chimneys. Families were preparing the evening meal. The comforting scent of oak firewood drifted through the cool air. It mingled with the fragrance of fresh bread, roasted vegetables, and herbs growing beside cottage gardens. Thomas closed his eyes for a moment. He could almost picture Mary standing beside the iron cooking pot, Elizabeth carefully setting wooden bowls upon the table, Samuel bringing in another armful of neatly split firewood before sunset. The thought filled him with quiet happiness. Home was waiting, but there was no need to rush toward it. Home would still be there in a little while. A gentle rustling came from the tall meadow grass nearby. Out stepped a young white-tailed fawn. Its coat glowed softly beneath the golden light. Tiny white spots still decorated its back like scattered stars. The little deer lifted its head. Its large, dark eyes met Thomas's for only a brief moment. Neither moved. The breeze carried only the scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. Finding no danger, the fawn lowered its head and quietly began nibbling the tender clover growing beside the path. Several minutes passed. Thomas simply watched. The peaceful creature seemed entirely at ease. Soon, another deer emerged from the edge of the forest. Its mother, she glanced carefully around the meadow before joining the fawn. Together they grazed quietly beneath the warm evening light. The entire scene felt timeless, as though it could have happened yesterday, or 100 years before. Nature cared very little for calendars. She measured time differently. One sunrise, one sunset, one changing season after another. A flock of cedar waxwings suddenly swept across the meadow. Their smooth gray feathers caught the golden light beautifully as they landed together in a nearby berry bush. The birds chatted softly among themselves while enjoying their evening meal. Thomas smiled. Even the birds seemed to understand that supper tasted better when shared. The breeze became cooler. It carried the fresh scent of pine from the western hills. Somewhere far away, a church bell rang gently. 1, 2, 3, 4 slow notes drifted across the valley before disappearing into the evening sky. The sound blended naturally with the distant lowing of cattle being led toward their barns. Nearby, crickets had begun their evening chorus in earnest. Their steady song rose gently from the meadow, filling the quiet spaces between birdsong and whispering leaves. It was a comforting sound, one that belonged to warm summer evenings. The old windmill turned once more. Its shadow stretched farther across the grass now, reaching almost to Thomas's boots. The sun hovered lower above the western hills. Its light had become rich and golden, painting every blade of grass with a warm glow. Thomas stood slowly. He placed one hand upon the old bench, thanking it silently for another peaceful rest. Then he looked across the valley one more time, the cottages, the orchards, the fields, the quiet river shimmering in the distance. Everything seemed wrapped in a peaceful light that made even ordinary things appear extraordinary. He smiled softly. There was still enough daylight for the walk home, and perhaps, if he walked slowly enough, he might watch the very first stars appear above the peaceful American sky. With calm, steady footsteps, Thomas left the windmill behind and followed the winding path down the hill, while the golden evening continued unfolding one beautiful, unhurried moment at a time. Thomas descended the gentle hillside at an easy, unhurried pace. The winding path curved through fields bathed in the rich glow of the late afternoon sun. Every blade of grass seemed touched with gold, and the wildflowers that had brightened the valley all day now appeared softer, their colors mellow beneath the approaching evening. The air had changed. It was cooler now, gentler. The warmth of the day still lingered upon the earth, but a refreshing breeze drifted down from the distant hills, carrying with it the clean scent of pine forests and fresh water. Thomas breathed deeply. The valley had its own fragrance at this hour: warm earth, fresh hay, apple leaves, wild mint, a hint of wood smoke rising from the first evening fires. It was a scent he had known since childhood, a scent that welcomed every traveler home. Far ahead, the narrow dirt road crossed a small wooden bridge spanning a quiet brook. The brook was much smaller than the creek Thomas had visited earlier. Its clear water danced lightly over smooth stones, creating a cheerful melody that accompanied every passing breeze. The bridge had been built from thick oak planks years before. Its wooden railings had faded to a gentle gray beneath countless summers and winters. Thomas stepped onto the bridge. The boards creaked softly beneath his boots. He paused halfway across. Leaning gently against the railing, he looked down into the crystal-clear water below. Tiny minnows darted between patches of waving water grass. A pair of ducks glided slowly beneath the bridge, their reflections following them like quiet companions. The brook continued its endless journey without the slightest hurry. Water never seemed concerned about arriving. It simply kept moving, one gentle bend at a time. A soft flutter caught Thomas's attention. Near the far end of the bridge, a barn swallow had begun building a nest beneath the wooden beams. The little bird carried tiny bits of mud, one journey after another, carefully shaping a perfect cup against the sheltered wood. Back and forth it flew, never rushing, never stopping. Its quiet determination filled Thomas with admiration. Great things, he thought, were often built one small piece at a time. He remained there until the swallow disappeared once more toward the riverbank. Then he continued walking. Beyond the bridge, the road entered another open meadow. The grasses moved gently beneath the breeze, their feathery tops glowing silver whenever they caught the light. Thousands of tiny insects floated peacefully through the warm air. Dragonflies skimmed low across the meadow, their wings sparkling like tiny pieces of stained glass. A family of rabbits emerged cautiously from beneath a blackberry thicket. 3 young rabbits followed their mother across the path. Each paused briefly, ears standing tall, before hopping quickly into the safety of the tall grass. Thomas smiled. The valley always seemed busiest during the quietest hours. Above him, the sky had begun its slow transformation. The brilliant blue of afternoon softened into delicate shades of pale gold. Far to the west, faint streaks of peach and amber stretched above the distant hills. Clouds drifted lazily across the changing sky, their edges glowing as though painted with light. It was the kind of evening that invited long walks, the kind remembered years later for reasons difficult to explain. A gentle breeze stirred the branches of a nearby maple tree. One leaf, touched ever so slightly with the first hint of autumn despite the lingering summer, loosened its grip. It spun gracefully through the air, round and round, never falling quickly. At last it settled quietly upon the path in front of Thomas. He bent down and picked it up. The edges carried only the faintest trace of golden color. Summer was still here. Yet somewhere deep within the tree, the coming season had already begun. Nature was always preparing quietly for tomorrow while fully embracing today. Thomas placed the leaf gently upon the grass beside the road. The breeze caught it once more, carrying it slowly toward the meadow. He watched until it disappeared among the tall grasses. Nearby, a chorus of crickets grew stronger with every passing minute. Their gentle music blended with the distant calls of robins settling into the trees for the evening. From somewhere beyond the hill came the soft lowing of cattle returning to their barns. The familiar sounds wrapped themselves around the valley like a comfortable blanket. Nothing felt hurried. Nothing felt loud. The entire countryside seemed to be settling peacefully after another beautiful day. Thomas adjusted his hat against the cooling breeze and continued toward home. The little brook sang quietly behind him. The swallows continued building their nest beneath the bridge. The rabbits disappeared into the meadow, and overhead, the first faint colors of sunset slowly spread across the vast American sky. promising an evening every bit as peaceful as the day that had come before. The colors of the sky deepened with every passing minute. The pale gold that had filled the western horizon slowly blended into soft shades of amber, rose, and gentle lavender. The first touch of evening painted the clouds with warm light, making them appear like great sailing ships drifting peacefully across an endless sea. Thomas walked slowly along the familiar lane. He knew every gentle curve, every old oak, every weathered fence post. Even after all these years, the road home still felt like an old friend waiting patiently at the end of each day. A cool breeze wandered across the fields. The tall grasses bowed together in graceful waves, their seed heads glowing silver beneath the fatting sunlight. Somewhere nearby, a meadowlark sang one final evening song before settling into the safety of the grass for the night. Its cheerful melody floated across the valley and gradually melted into silence. Thomas smiled. The birds seemed to understand the rhythm of the day better than anyone. Morning belonged to joyful songs. Evening belonged to gentle quiet. Ahead he noticed an elderly man sitting upon a smooth boulder beside the road. It was Mr. Nathaniel Brooks, the village carpenter. His hands were broad and strong despite his many years, shaped by a lifetime of carving timber into homes, tables, wagons, and rocking chairs. A small wooden pipe rested in his hand, though no smoke rose from it. He simply enjoyed holding it while watching the sunset. Nathaniel looked up and smiled warmly. "Evening, Thomas." "Good evening, Nathaniel. Beautiful sky tonight." Thomas turned toward the west. "I don't believe I've ever seen two sunsets exactly alike," Nathaniel chuckled. "My father used to say that was the Creator's way of making every evening a little gift." For a moment, neither man spoke. They simply watched as the sunlight slowly drifted across the hills. A flock of starlings moved together above the distant fields. Their graceful turns created shifting patterns against the colorful sky, first one direction, then another. Thousands of tiny wings moving as though guided by a single invisible thought. Nathaniel finally broke the silence. "You know, built many things in my life." Thomas listened. "Barns, cottages, chairs, tables," he smiled softly. "But I've learned that the finest roof in the world cannot compete with an evening sky like this." Thomas nodded. "I think you're right." Carpenter rested his hands upon his knees. "We spend much of life building homes." He looked toward the valley below. "But sometimes we forget that we're already living inside a beautiful one." The words settled gently into the quiet evening. Neither man felt any need to add more. The breeze carried the fragrance of fresh-cut hay from a nearby field. Somewhere farther away came the comforting aroma of stews simmering over an evening fire. The village was preparing for supper. One by one, windows began reflecting the golden light of sunset. They sparkled briefly before the angle of the sun shifted once again. Nathaniel stood carefully, stretching his back with a gentle smile. "My granddaughter will be wondering where I've wandered off to." Thomas laughed quietly. "Mary will likely be saying the same about me." Two old friends shared a warm smile. Nathaniel tipped his hat. "Have a peaceful evening." As well, Carpenter continued toward the village. Walking with slow, steady steps that matched the calm rhythm of the evening itself, Thomas watched him disappear around the bend in the road. Then he turned once more toward the western sky. The sun now rested just above the distant hills. Its golden light poured across the wheat fields one last time. Every stalk shimmered like polished bronze. The trees cast long, graceful shadows across the meadows. A family of geese crossed overhead, flying toward a quiet marsh where they would spend the night. Their gentle calls echoed across the valley. Below them, fireflies began appearing among the tall grasses. One tiny light, then another, then dozens more. Their soft glow flickered gently in the growing twilight like tiny lanterns scattered across the meadow. Thomas paused to watch them. He had loved fireflies ever since he was a small boy. There was something wonderfully comforting about seeing those tiny lights appear each summer evening. No matter how many years passed, they always returned. As the first evening star appeared high above the western horizon, Thomas took one slow, peaceful breath. The day had offered countless quiet gifts: birdsong, flowing water, friendly conversations, golden fields, gentle breezes, and now, a sky filled with the calm promise of another peaceful night. With gratitude in his heart and the comforting glow of home waiting just beyond the next hill, Thomas continued his unhurried walk, while the young American countryside settled softly beneath the peaceful embrace of evening. The evening settled over the valley with remarkable gentleness. The last rays of sunlight slipped behind the distant western hills, leaving a warm afterglow that painted the horizon in delicate shades of rose, amber, and soft violet. Above, the deep blue of the sky slowly welcomed the first stars, one tiny light appearing after another. Thomas continued walking along the familiar country road. His boots made a quiet, comforting sound against the packed earth. Step, step, step. It was a rhythm he had known for most of his life. Ahead, the first cottage windows began glowing with the warm light of candles and fireplaces. Their gentle amber light shimmered through small panes of glass, making each home look inviting against the cool evening. A light breeze wandered through the valley. The scent had changed once again. Gone was the warmth of sunlit grass. Now the air carried fresh evening dew, wood smoke, and the comforting aroma of suppers cooking inside nearby homes. Thomas smiled. He could almost guess each family's meal simply by the scents drifting from their chimneys: fresh vegetable stew, roasted potatoes, warm bread, a little onion, perhaps herbs gathered from garden patches only a few hours earlier. Every home seemed to add its own fragrance to the peaceful evening. From somewhere beyond a stone wall came the soft ringing of cowbells. Several dairy cows were making their unhurried way toward the barn. Behind them walked young Samuel. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows, and he carried a simple wooden lantern, though there was still enough light to see the path. One of the older cows wandered toward a patch of especially tempting clover. Samuel laughed quietly. "Tonight, Daisy." He gently patted the cow's neck. "We'll be home soon." Cow seemed almost to understand. She gave a slow, contented breath before following the others once again. Thomas watched from a distance with quiet pride. Samuel had grown so much during the past few years. He no longer needed constant instruction. He had learned patience, gentleness, responsibility, not through hurried lessons, but through ordinary days lived well. As Thomas approached the pasture gate, Samuel noticed him. "Evening, Father." "Evening, Samuel." The cows behaved themselves. Samuel grinned. "Almost." Thomas laughed softly. "There is always one." Two walked together for a while without speaking. The lantern swung gently from Samuel's hand. Its small flame danced behind the clear glass whenever the breeze passed. Above them, the evening sky continued growing darker. More stars appeared every minute. The familiar band of the Milky Way slowly revealed itself across the heavens, stretching from one horizon to the other like a river of tiny diamonds. Samuel looked upward. "I always wonder how many stars there are." Thomas followed his son's gaze. "I don't think anyone truly knows. They seem endless." "They do." Several moments both father and son walked in comfortable silence, their eyes occasionally lifting toward the brilliant sky. Far away, an owl called from the edge of the forest. Its deep, peaceful hoot echoed softly across the quiet countryside. Soon another answered from farther down the valley. The sounds blended naturally into the evening. Nothing felt lonely, only peaceful. As they reached the cottage gate, warm golden light spilled from the windows onto the garden path. Mary had already lit several candles inside. Their gentle glow flickered against the whitewashed walls. Elizabeth sat on the front step with a tiny basket beside her. She looked up excitedly. "Papa," Thomas smiled warmly. "What have you found today?" Elizabeth carefully lifted the basket. Inside rested several smooth stones collected from the creek, a bright blue feather, 2 pine cones, and a tiny acorn with its little cap still attached. "My treasures," she whispered proudly. Thomas knelt beside her. "Beautiful," she held up the feather. "I think a bluebird dropped it just for me." Thomas examined it with great seriousness before smiling. "I think you may be right." Elizabeth giggled. She placed the feather carefully back into her basket as though it were made of the finest silver. Nearby, Mary stepped onto the porch, wiping her hands gently on a linen towel. "Stew is ready." The wonderful aroma drifted into the cool evening air. Fresh vegetables from the garden, herbs, slow-cooked broth, warm bread resting beneath a clean cloth on the kitchen table. It smelled wonderfully welcoming. Thomas removed his hat home, after a long, peaceful day beneath the open sky. There was no sweeter word. Together, the family stepped inside the little cottage. Behind them, the door closed softly. Outside, the crickets continued their evening chorus. Fireflies floated above the garden like tiny golden lanterns. The stars shone quietly over the sleeping valley. And another gentle summer day in the young American countryside came to a peaceful close, leaving behind nothing more than grateful hearts, quiet memories, and the comforting promise that tomorrow's sunrise would bring another beautiful beginning. The little cottage settled into the peaceful rhythm of evening. Inside, the warm glow of candlelight danced softly across the wooden walls. Shadows swayed gently as the small flames flickered whenever a cool breeze slipped through the open kitchen window. Mary placed the large iron pot carefully in the center of the table. Steam rose slowly into the air. The comforting aroma of carrots, onions, potatoes, herbs, and slow-cooked vegetables filled every corner of the room. Beside the pot rested a fresh loaf of bread, its crust golden brown and still pleasantly warm. Thomas pulled out Elizabeth's chair before taking his own place beside the table. Samuel carefully set 4 simple wooden bowls in front of each family member. There was no hurry. The day's work had ended. Now the evening belonged to family. Before anyone reached for the bread, Thomas quietly bowed his head. Mary did the same. Samuel and Elizabeth followed. The cottage became wonderfully still. Only the gentle crackling of the fireplace could be heard. Thomas spoke softly. "Thank you for this peaceful day, for the sunshine upon the fields, for the gentle rain that came when it was needed, for the birds that filled the morning with song, for our home, and for the chance to gather together once again." "Amen," the family answered together. Mary smiled warmly. "Now everyone, before the bread grows cold." Elizabeth reached eagerly for a slice but caught herself. She looked toward her mother with a shy smile. "May I?" Mary laughed softly. "You certainly may." The little girl carefully spread a thin layer of fresh butter across the warm bread. As it melted into the soft loaf, the rich scent filled the room. She took one bite. Her eyes grew wide. "Think this is the best bread you've ever made?" Samuel grinned. "You said that yesterday." Elizabeth thought for a moment. "I know," she smiled. "But today, it's true again." Table filled with gentle laughter. Thomas broke a piece of bread and dipped it into the warm stew. Outside, the last glow of sunset slowly disappeared beyond the hills. The sky deepened into rich shades of navy blue. One by one, more stars appeared above the valley. Inside the cottage, conversation wandered peacefully from one small subject to another. Samuel described seeing a family of rabbits near the pasture. Mary spoke about the tomatoes beginning to ripen in the garden. Elizabeth proudly displayed the blue feather she had found beside the creek. Thomas listened quietly, smiling often. He enjoyed hearing each member of his family describe the ordinary wonders of the day. No one spoke of great adventures. No one needed to. Their happiness lived in small moments. A rabbit beside the field, a feather floating to the ground, fresh bread cooling upon a windowsill, the first star appearing above the barn. Sometimes those quiet memories lasted far longer than extraordinary ones. When supper was finished, Mary gathered the bowls while Samuel carried a bucket of water from the well to help wash the dishes. Thomas stepped quietly onto the front porch. The evening air greeted him with gentle coolness. The valley lay peacefully beneath the stars. Fireflies drifted above the garden, their tiny lights appearing and disappearing like little floating lanterns. The crickets continued their endless evening song. From somewhere far across the fields came the soft hoot of a barred owl. Another answered from deep within the forest. Thomas rested one hand against the porch railing. The wood still held a little warmth from the afternoon sun. He looked upward. The Milky Way stretched brilliantly across the sky. Without city lights, every constellation appeared bright and clear. His father had once taught him many of their names while they sat outside on warm summer nights. Though the years had passed, Thomas still found himself looking for them. The Big Dipper, Cassiopeia. Orion, though it would not return until the colder months. The stars moved slowly across the heavens, just as they always had, quiet, faithful, unchanging. A moment later, the cottage door creaked softly open. Elizabeth stepped onto the porch carrying her little basket of treasures. She stood beside her father without saying a word. Together they watched the stars. After a long, peaceful silence, she whispered, "Papa." "Yes." "Do the stars ever get sleepy?" Thomas smiled gently. Think they simply take turns watching over the world. Elizabeth considered that carefully. So while we're sleeping, they'll be keeping watch. She seemed satisfied with the answer. She slipped her small hand into his. For several quiet minutes, father and daughter stood beneath the endless summer sky without speaking another word. Sometimes, the most beautiful conversations needed no words at all. Above them, countless stars shimmered peacefully over the young American countryside, while the gentle night slowly wrapped the quiet little valley in comfort, silence, and rest. The night grew deeper with quiet confidence. The last traces of twilight had faded beyond the western hills, leaving the valley beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a soft ribbon of silver, so bright that it seemed almost close enough to touch. Thomas and Elizabeth remained on the porch. Neither felt any need to return inside just yet. The evening carried a peaceful stillness that invited people to linger a little longer. A cool breeze wandered through the garden. It gently stirred the lavender growing beside the front steps. Its sweet fragrance drifted across the porch, blending with the scent of freshly cut wood stacked neatly beside the cottage wall. Somewhere nearby, a cricket continued its steady evening song. Another answered from the far side of the garden. Soon dozens joined together until the entire countryside seemed wrapped in one gentle melody. Elizabeth pointed toward the sky. "Papa, look." A bright shooting star traced a graceful line across the darkness before quietly disappearing beyond the trees. Her eyes grew wide with wonder. "Did you see it?" Thomas nodded with a smile. "I did. It was so fast. Some beautiful things only visit for a moment." Elizabeth leaned gently against her father's arm. "I hope it comes back. Perhaps another one will." Several peaceful minutes they simply watched the sky. The stars seemed brighter with every passing moment. Far away, a tiny lantern moved slowly along the village road. It belonged to Mr. Jonathan Miller, the schoolmaster, making his final walk home after visiting an elderly neighbor. From this distance, the little lantern looked almost like another star drifting gently across the earth. Thomas smiled quietly. Even small lights could guide someone safely through the darkness. The cottage door opened softly. Mary stepped onto the porch carrying a warm wool blanket. Without saying a word, she draped it gently across Elizabeth's shoulders. The little girl smiled sleepily. "Thank you, Mama." Mary kissed the top of her daughter's head. "The evening is becoming cool." Elizabeth wrapped herself snugly in the blanket. Its familiar warmth felt wonderfully comforting. Across the meadow, fireflies continued their silent dance. Hundreds of tiny golden lights floated above the tall grass. They blinked slowly, appearing, disappearing, appearing once more. Thomas always thought they resembled tiny stars that had wandered down from the heavens to spend the summer among the flowers. From the old barn came the quiet rustle of horses settling into fresh straw, a gentle snort, the soft sound of hooves shifting comfortably. Then silence once again. The animals seemed as ready for sleep as the rest of the valley. High above, an owl glided silently across the moonlit fields. Its broad wings hardly made a sound. For a moment it crossed in front of the bright moon, becoming a graceful dark silhouette before disappearing toward the forest. The moon itself had risen higher now. It cast a soft silver glow across the countryside. The wheat fields shimmered gently beneath its light. The little brook reflected the moon like polished glass. Even the old stone walls seemed somehow softer beneath the quiet glow. Thomas looked toward the distant hills. Everything felt peaceful. The day's work had been finished. The family was together. Tomorrow would bring another sunrise, another walk through the fields, another opportunity to notice the quiet gifts hidden within an ordinary day. But tomorrow could wait. Tonight belonged to rest. Elizabeth let out a small yawn, then another. She rubbed her eyes. "I think." She paused, smiling sleepily. "I think the stars are making me sleepy." Thomas laughed softly. "I believe they might be." Mary smiled. "I think it's time for a little dreamer to find her bed." Elizabeth nodded. Still wrapped in the warm blanket, she took her father's hand. Together they stepped quietly inside the cottage. Thomas gently closed the wooden door behind them. Outside, the crickets continued their endless lullaby. The fireflies drifted peacefully through the garden. The moon climbed a little higher above the silent valley, and beneath a sky filled with countless stars, the young American countryside rested peacefully, preparing to welcome another calm and beautiful dawn when morning finally arrived. The cottage became wonderfully quiet. Only the gentle crackling of the fireplace and the faint whisper of the evening breeze slipping through the open window could be heard. The candles burned steadily upon the wooden table, their warm light filling the little home with a comforting glow. Mary carefully folded the wool blanket and placed it over the back of a chair. Samuel quietly washed the last wooden bowl before hanging it neatly beside the sink. Thomas checked the small iron latch on the front door, not because he feared the night, but simply because it had become part of the peaceful routine that ended every day. Outside, the garden rested beneath the moonlight. Rows of beans, carrots, onions, and herbs shimmered softly with the first tiny drops of evening dew. The breeze carried the soothing fragrance of rosemary and mint through the open window. Elizabeth climbed the narrow wooden staircase to the loft where she slept. Each step creaked gently beneath her small feet. She paused halfway up and looked back down. "Good night, Mama," Mary smiled warmly. "Good night, sweetheart." "Night, Papa." Thomas tipped his head with a gentle smile. "Well, don't let the stars stay awake without you," Elizabeth whispered with a sleepy giggle. Thomas chuckled. "Remind them." Satisfied, she disappeared into the little loft above. A few moments later came the soft rustle of blankets as she settled into bed. The tiny room overlooked the eastern meadow through a single round window. From her pillow she could see the moon shining peacefully above the trees. She watched it for only a minute before her eyelids slowly grew heavy. The adventures of butterflies, smooth stones, blue feathers, and sparkling fireflies drifted gently through her thoughts. Soon, sleep quietly carried her into dreams. Downstairs, Thomas added another small log to the fireplace. The flames welcomed it with a soft crackle. Tiny golden sparks floated upward before disappearing into the chimney. Mary poured 2 cups of warm chamomile tea. She handed one to Thomas. The fragrant steam curled gently into the quiet room. Neither spoke immediately. After many years together, they had learned that silence could be one of life's greatest comforts. Thomas looked toward the window. The valley was especially beautiful today. Mary smiled softly. "It always is. Simply notice it more on some days." Thomas nodded. "Suppose you're right." She wrapped both hands around the warm cup. "I watched Elizabeth chasing butterflies this morning." Thomas laughed quietly. "I think she believed they were leading her somewhere important." Mary smiled. "Perhaps they were." Sighed, a gentle breeze stirred the branches of the old maple tree beside the cottage. Its leaves whispered softly against one another. The familiar sound had lulled generations of children to sleep. Tonight was no different. Samuel finished sweeping the kitchen floor before stretching his arms. "I'm getting sleepy." Thomas looked toward him with quiet pride. "You worked hard today." Samuel smiled. "It didn't feel like work." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "The best kind of work rarely does." Samuel wished them both good night before climbing the wooden stairs. Soon only Thomas and Mary remained beside the fatting fire. The flames had settled into glowing embers. Their soft orange light painted the room with gentle shadows. Mary reached for Thomas's hand. Together they sat quietly, listening to the peaceful sounds drifting through the open window. An owl calling from the forest, crickets singing beyond the garden, the distant murmur of the little brook, a horse shifting comfortably inside the barn. Every sound belonged exactly where it was. Nothing disturbed the stillness. Nothing hurried the night. At last, Thomas stood and gently extinguished the remaining candles. The room grew darker, illuminated only by moonlight spilling through the windows and the faint glow of the fireplace. He looked around the little cottage one final time. The sturdy wooden table, the rocking chair beside the hearth, the shelves lined with carefully preserved jars, the family Bible resting quietly upon its small stand. Simple things, ordinary things. Yet together they formed a home filled with warmth, gratitude, and peace. Thomas smiled to himself. Tomorrow would bring another sunrise over the valley. The birds would sing once again. The wheat would dance with the morning breeze. The creek would continue its endless song. And somewhere, little Elizabeth would almost certainly discover another tiny treasure hidden beside the path. But those gentle adventures belonged to another day. Tonight, the countryside rested beneath a sky of countless stars. The moon watched silently over the fields. The wind whispered through the ancient trees, and deep within the little cottage, every heart slowly surrendered to the calm embrace of a peaceful summer night. The night wrapped the little valley in complete tranquility. Inside the cottage, every room had grown still. The fire in the stone hearth no longer danced with lively flames. Instead, it glowed quietly with deep orange embers, releasing a gentle warmth that filled the home with comfort. Outside, the moon had climbed high above the eastern hills. Its silver light rested upon every rooftop, every meadow, and every winding path. The little brook reflected the moon like a ribbon of polished glass. The wheat fields shimmered softly whenever the breeze wandered across them. Even the old windmill, standing alone upon the distant hill, continued its slow and patient turning beneath the moonlit sky. Creak. A pause. Another gentle turn. It had worked through the daylight. Now it worked peacefully beneath the stars. Far beyond the village, the forest seemed to breathe. Towering oaks and maples swayed gently together. Their leaves whispered ancient songs that no one had ever written down. Only the trees remembered every verse. A family of raccoons quietly explored the edge of the woods. The smallest paused beside a fallen log, curious about a glowing firefly drifting lazily through the darkness. It reached out one tiny paw. The firefly floated away. The little raccoon blinked in surprise before following its mother deeper into the trees. Nearby, a fox crossed a moonlit meadow. Its reddish coat looked almost silver beneath the gentle light. It stopped for a moment, listening carefully. Nothing disturbed the peaceful night. Satisfied, it continued toward the forest without making a sound. Nature never truly slept. It simply changed shifts, while robins rested quietly in their nests. Owls began their silent patrol, while butterflies slept beneath folded leaves. Moths danced gracefully through the moonlight, while the village dreamed peacefully. The night carried on its own quiet rhythm. Back inside the cottage, Elizabeth slept soundly beneath her handmade quilt. The moonlight reached through her little round window, creating a soft silver square upon the wooden floor. Her tiny basket of treasures rested beside her bed, the smooth stones, the blue feather, the pine cones, the little acorn, all waiting patiently for another adventure tomorrow. A gentle smile appeared upon her sleeping face. Perhaps she was dreaming of butterflies once again. Perhaps she was walking beside the quiet pond with her father. Or perhaps she had followed a trail of fireflies into a magical meadow where every flower glowed beneath the stars. Dreams never needed to explain themselves. They simply arrived, softly, like moonlight through an open window. Across the loft, Samuel slept peacefully as well. Tomorrow he would rise before sunrise to help feed the horses and gather fresh eggs from the chicken coop. But tonight there was nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to hurry, only rest. Downstairs, Thomas and Mary slept comfortably in their small bedroom. The cool night breeze drifted gently through the slightly open window. The white curtains moved ever so softly, almost like slow ocean waves. Every now and then, the old grandfather clock in the corner reminded the house that time continued moving forward. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Its steady rhythm blended naturally with the sounds outside, the chirping crickets, the whispering trees, the distant brook. Together they created a peaceful lullaby that seemed to cradle the entire valley. Above the countryside, countless stars continued their silent journey across the heavens. Some shone brightly. Others appeared only as tiny pinpoints of light. Together they formed an endless ceiling above the sleeping world. If someone had been standing upon the hill beside the old windmill, they would have seen the entire valley resting peacefully below, small cottages glowing faintly beneath the moon, gentle fields stretching toward the distant forest, the winding creek sparkling beneath the starlight, and beyond everything else, the endless American wilderness, quiet and timeless beneath the summer sky. The hours passed without disturbance. The moon slowly traveled westward. A cool mist began gathering over the meadows, drifting lightly above the grass like a soft white blanket. Every leaf collected tiny drops of dew. Each blade of grass sparkled with silver moisture beneath the fatting moonlight. The world seemed to grow even quieter, as though the countryside itself had fallen into the deepest, most peaceful sleep imaginable. Somewhere beyond the eastern hills, still hidden below the horizon, another morning patiently waited. But there was no rush. The night still had gentle hours to offer. And beneath a sky filled with quiet stars, the young American countryside rested peacefully, breathing slowly, calmly, and confidently, as if reminding every sleeping soul that tomorrow would arrive exactly when it was meant to. Long before the first hint of sunrise touched the horizon, the valley remained wrapped in peaceful darkness. The moon had begun its slow descent toward the western hills. Its silver light grew softer with every passing hour, while countless stars continued their silent watch above the quiet countryside. A cool mist rested gently across the meadows. It drifted low above the tall grasses, curling around old stone fences and wooden gateposts like delicate ribbons of white silk. The little brook flowed quietly beneath the narrow bridge, its gentle murmur never stopping, never hurrying. Each smooth stone beneath the water had listened to that peaceful song for generations. The old willow beside the pond stood perfectly still. Its graceful branches, which had danced so happily in the afternoon breeze, now rested beneath the weight of tiny drops of dew. Every leaf sparkled faintly whenever a ray of moonlight found its way through the branches. Not far away, the windmill had finally grown silent. The evening breeze had faded. Its great wooden blades now rested peacefully against the star-filled sky. Even the old mill seemed to be sleeping. Across the fields, the horses stood quietly inside their warm barn. A gentle shuffle of hooves, a soft breath, then stillness once more. The cows rested upon fresh straw. The sheep lay together in calm little groups. Even the faithful sheepdog had curled into a comfortable circle near the barn door, dreaming quietly beneath the faint glow of moonlight. Inside the cottage, the warmth from the stone fireplace lingered. The glowing embers had dimmed to a soft crimson. Their gentle warmth filled the little home with comfort. Thomas slept peacefully. His breathing was slow and steady. Mary rested beside him, her face calm beneath the pale light drifting through the bedroom window. Upstairs, Samuel dreamed of wide green pastures stretching far beyond the hills. Elizabeth slept with one small hand resting upon her little basket of treasures. The blue feather still lay safely beside the smooth stone she had collected earlier that day. In her dreams, she wandered once again beside the quiet pond. Fireflies floated around her like tiny golden lanterns. Butterflies with shimmering wings drifted gently through fields of wildflowers that seemed to stretch forever. Every step felt lighter than the last. The breeze carried the sweet scent of clover and blooming daisies. Somewhere nearby, she heard the cheerful laughter of children playing beside a sparkling stream. Dreams had their own gentle language. They asked for nothing. They simply carried peaceful hearts wherever they wished to go. Outside, the stars slowly wheeled across the heavens. The familiar constellations drifted toward the western horizon. High above, a single owl completed its final silent flight before returning to its hidden hollow deep within the forest. The crickets continued their endless lullaby, steady, gentle, comforting. Their quiet chorus blended perfectly with the distant whisper of pine trees moving ever so slightly in the cool night air. Far beyond the valley, the great American wilderness rested beneath the same sky. Endless forests, rolling rivers, quiet mountains, wide open prairies. Every landscape shared this peaceful hour before dawn. It was a moment when the entire world seemed to breathe together. No wagons rolled along dusty roads. No blacksmith's hammer rang through the village. No children laughed across the meadows. The land itself appeared to pause, gathering quiet strength for the coming day. Then, almost too softly to notice, a tiny change arrived. The eastern horizon, hidden beyond the distant hills, became just a shade lighter. Not bright, not yet. Only the faintest whisper of silver touched the edge of the sky. The stars nearest the horizon began fading one by one. The moon lowered a little farther. The mist above the fields drifted slowly toward the brook. Nature seemed to stretch gently, preparing to awaken. Still, the valley remained wonderfully calm. Morning had not yet arrived. It was simply waiting patiently beyond the hills, allowing the peaceful night to offer a few more quiet moments before another beautiful summer day would begin. And so the little cottage, the sleeping village, the winding creek, the ancient forest, and every meadow blanketed with dew rested together beneath the fading stars, held gently in the calm embrace of the last peaceful moments before dawn. The first true light of morning arrived with remarkable gentleness. At first, it was only a pale ribbon of silver resting along the eastern horizon. Slowly, almost unnoticed, that silver softened into delicate shades of pearl, blush pink, and warm gold. The stars quietly surrendered their places one by one, fading into the brightening sky without haste. The valley awakened in whispers. The cool mist still drifted across the meadows, wrapping the grasses in a light veil that shimmered with countless drops of dew. Every blade of grass held a tiny crystal of water, each reflecting the growing light of dawn. The little brook continued its peaceful journey beneath the old wooden bridge. Its cheerful song sounded slightly brighter now, as though it too welcomed the coming day. Somewhere deep within the forest, a single robin sang, one clear note, then another. The melody floated gently through the cool morning air. For a brief moment the valley listened. Then from another tree a cardinal answered. Soon a bluebird joined. A chickadee followed. Before long the quiet countryside had become filled with a gentle chorus of birds greeting the sunrise together. It was never loud, never hurried, only joyful. The first rays of sunlight finally touched the highest branches of the old oak trees standing along the ridge. Golden light slowly traveled downward from the tallest leaves, to the middle branches, to the moss-covered trunks, and finally across the dew-covered fields. The mist began to glow softly. Every spiderweb stretched between the grasses sparkled like strands of tiny diamonds. A gentle breeze wandered across the valley. The wheat fields answered with slow, rolling waves of gold. The willow beside the pond stirred awake, its long branches brushing lightly against the still water. The pond reflected the brightening sky so perfectly that it seemed to hold another sunrise beneath its surface. Inside the cottage, the grandfather clock marked another peaceful hour tick, tock, tick, tock. Thomas opened his eyes slowly. For a moment he simply listened. The birds, the breeze, the familiar creak of the old house settling after the cool night. He smiled. Another beautiful morning had arrived. Beside him, Mary was still peacefully asleep. Sunlight had not yet reached their window. Only the soft blue light of early dawn filled the room. Thomas slipped quietly from the bed, careful not to disturb her. The wooden floor felt cool beneath his feet. He dressed slowly, buttoning his linen shirt and pulling on his well-worn boots. Everything about the morning invited calm. He opened the bedroom door with gentle care. The hinges gave only the faintest whisper. Upstairs, the loft remained peaceful. Samuel still slept soundly, his blanket pulled neatly to his shoulders. Elizabeth hugged her little basket of treasures as though she were protecting something precious even in her dreams. Thomas smiled warmly. Children always seem to know how to sleep with complete trust. He quietly descended the staircase. The kitchen welcomed him with familiar comfort. The stone fireplace held only a few glowing embers from the night before. Thomas added 2 small pieces of oak to the hearth. A moment later, tiny flames stretched upward once again, bringing fresh warmth into the cottage. He filled the iron kettle with cool water from the stone crock and placed it above the fire. Soon, the gentle sound of warming water joined the peaceful music of the morning. Outside, he opened the front door. The fresh dawn air greeted him immediately. It carried the clean scent of dew-covered grass, pine trees, wildflowers, and damp earth. Thomas stepped onto the porch. The world before him glowed with the quiet beauty that belonged only to early morning. The garden sparkled beneath countless drops of dew. Rows of beans, carrots, herbs, and tomatoes seemed refreshed after the cool night. A tiny rabbit nibbled clover near the fence. Hearing the porch door open, it paused for only a heartbeat before hopping calmly into the tall grass. Above the eastern hills, the sun finally appeared. Its first golden edge rose slowly into the sky, bathing the young American countryside in warm morning light. The valley awakened one peaceful breath at a time. And Thomas stood quietly on the porch, coffee yet to be brewed, simply grateful to witness another ordinary sunrise, because he had learned that ordinary mornings, when noticed with care, were often life's greatest treasures. The sun climbed slowly above the eastern hills, spreading its gentle warmth across the quiet valley. Thomas remained on the front porch for a little while longer, his hands resting comfortably on the smooth wooden railing. Morning had a different kind of silence than night. It was not the silence of sleep, but the silence of beginnings. The robin's cheerful song continued from the old maple tree. Soon another answered from the apple orchard. Then came the soft cooing of mourning doves resting upon the barn roof. Their peaceful calls drifted gently across the cool morning air, becoming part of the familiar melody that welcomed each new day. A thin ribbon of mist still hovered above the brook. As the sunlight grew stronger, it slowly lifted from the water, rising gently into the air before disappearing altogether. The valley seemed to awaken one peaceful moment at a time, not all at once, never in a hurry. Thomas stepped down from the porch and wandered into the garden. Tiny drops of dew clung to every leaf. When the morning sun touched them, they sparkled like hundreds of tiny crystals scattered across the vegetables and herbs. He gently brushed his fingers across a row of basil. The fresh fragrance filled the air immediately. Nearby, rosemary swayed lightly in the breeze, while the mint released its cool, refreshing scent each time the leaves were stirred. A honeybee arrived, already busy with the day's work. It drifted from lavender to lavender, disappearing inside each blossom before moving to the next. Thomas admired its quiet determination. Every creature seemed to understand its purpose, without rushing, without worrying, simply one flower at a time. Beyond the garden fence, the chickens had already begun scratching gently through the soft earth. Their feathers glowed with warm shades of brown, white, and golden amber beneath the morning light. One curious hen paused beside the fence and looked toward Thomas as if expecting a friendly greeting. "Good morning," he said quietly. The hen tilted her head before continuing her careful search for seeds hidden among the grass. A moment later, the barn door creaked open. Samuel stepped outside carrying a small wooden bucket. He stretched his arms toward the brightening sky and breathed deeply. "Air feels cool this morning," he said with a smile. Thomas nodded. "It won't stay that way for long." Samuel looked across the fields. "I think today will be another beautiful day." "I believe you're right." Together they walked toward the chicken coop. The grass felt cool beneath their boots. Tiny grasshoppers leaped away with each careful step, disappearing into patches of clover along the path. Inside the coop, the hens greeted them with soft clucks. Samuel gathered several warm eggs with careful hands, placing each one gently into the bucket lined with clean straw. Thomas watched quietly. He remembered teaching Samuel how to do this years ago. At first, the boy had been nervous. Now every movement was calm and confident. Some lessons, Thomas reflected, could never be rushed. Patience was learned one quiet morning at a time. As they left the coop, a pair of eastern bluebirds landed on the nearby fence. Their brilliant feathers shone like little pieces of the summer sky. They chirped cheerfully before darting toward the orchard in search of insects among the trees. The apple leaves shimmered softly as the breeze wandered through them. Young apples, still firm and green, hung peacefully from the branches. Their season would come in its own time. Nature never hurried the harvest. The path led father and son toward the pasture. The horses lifted their heads as they approached. One chestnut mare walked forward slowly, her ears relaxed, her dark eyes calm and trusting. Thomas gently stroked her neck. "Good morning, Grace." Mare gave a quiet breath, as though returning the greeting. Samuel filled the water trough with fresh water drawn from the well. The clear water sparkled in the sunlight before settling into perfect stillness. The horses drank peacefully, one after another. Beyond the pasture, the meadow stretched toward the distant forest. Butterflies had already begun their graceful morning dance among the wildflowers. A light breeze carried the scent of clover across the open field. The entire countryside seemed refreshed after the cool night. Thomas looked toward the rising sun. Its warm light spread farther across the valley with every passing minute. Another ordinary day had begun. Another opportunity to notice birdsong, flowing water, friendly smiles, and the quiet beauty hidden within simple moments. He smiled softly. There was no grand adventure waiting beyond the next hill, no urgent journey calling his name, only the peaceful promise of another summer day in the young American countryside. A day that would unfold slowly, gently, and beautifully, one quiet moment after another. The peaceful morning continued unfolding beneath a sky that seemed impossibly clear. The sun climbed a little higher above the rolling hills, yet its warmth remained gentle. A cool breeze wandered across the valley, carrying the sweet fragrance of wild clover, fresh hay, and the pine forest that bordered the western fields. Thomas and Samuel left the pasture gate standing open, just long enough for the horses to finish drinking from the water trough. Race lifted her head and quietly flicked her tail before wandering toward a patch of lush grass sparkling with dew. The other horses followed at their own leisurely pace. There was no pushing, no rushing. Each animal seemed to trust that there would be more than enough pasture for everyone. Thomas often thought people could learn something from that quiet patience. The narrow path curved toward the orchard once again. Morning sunlight filtered through the apple trees, painting soft circles of golden light upon the grass. Tiny spiders had spun delicate webs between the lower branches during the night. Now every strand shimmered with countless drops of dew, turning each web into a tiny masterpiece that lasted only until the morning breeze arrived. Samuel stopped beside one of them. "It's beautiful," Thomas nodded. "And by this afternoon it will likely be gone." Samuel looked thoughtfully at the sparkling threads. "That seems sad," Thomas smiled gently. "Only if we forget to enjoy it while it's here." Breeze stirred the branches. The little web danced softly but remained strong. A tiny spider waited patiently in its center, unmoved by the changing light. They continued walking. The orchard slowly filled with birds greeting the new day. A cheerful robin hopped confidently through the grass, searching for worms loosened by the night's moisture. Two goldfinches fluttered from branch to branch, their bright yellow feathers shining brilliantly beneath the morning sun. Far overhead, a red-tailed hawk circled slowly upon rising currents of warm air. It hardly moved its wings. Instead, it allowed the invisible breeze to carry it effortlessly across the endless blue sky. Thomas paused to watch. Always admired hawks. Samuel shaded his eyes. "They make flying look easy," Thomas smiled. "Sometimes the secret isn't working harder." Samuel glanced toward him. "It's knowing when to let the wind help." For a few quiet moments they watched until the hawk became nothing more than a tiny shadow against the heavens. Near the edge of the orchard stood an old wooden fence that overlooked the neighboring meadow. Wildflowers stretched as far as the eye could see: purple lupins, white Queen Anne's lace, gold and black-eyed Susans, blue cornflowers swaying gently together beneath the morning breeze. Hundreds of butterflies floated lazily among the blossoms. Some rested only for a heartbeat before drifting gracefully toward another flower. Bees hummed steadily, moving from bloom to bloom with quiet purpose. The entire meadow seemed alive, yet wonderfully peaceful. Thomas leaned lightly against the fence. "I don't believe the meadow has ever looked more beautiful," Samuel smiled. "It says something different every season." Thomas looked across the colorful field. "And somehow, it never repeats itself." A pair of rabbits appeared near the far end of the meadow. They paused to nibble fresh clover before disappearing once again into the tall grass. Not long afterward, a gentle breeze swept across the open land. The flowers bowed together as though offering a silent greeting to the day. Their movement spread like a slow wave from one end of the meadow to the other. Neither Thomas nor Samuel spoke. There was nothing that needed saying. Sometimes beauty asked only to be witnessed. The church bell rang softly in the distance, one, then another. Its calm notes drifted across the valley, carried by the gentle wind before fading among the trees. The village had fully awakened now. Somewhere beyond the hill, a wagon rolled steadily along the country road. Children's laughter floated faintly through the morning air. A blacksmith's hammer echoed with its familiar, measured rhythm. Yet even these sounds seemed to belong naturally within the peaceful landscape. Nothing disturbed the quiet. They simply reminded the valley that another ordinary day had begun. Thomas took one slow breath. The scent of apple leaves, fresh grass, and blooming wildflowers filled the cool morning air. He smiled. Every sunrise offered something new to notice. Every quiet walk revealed another gentle wonder. And with the warm summer sun climbing higher above the young American countryside, father and son continued along the winding path, eager to discover whatever small, peaceful gifts the day had patiently prepared for them. The winding path carried Thomas and Samuel beyond the orchard and toward a gentle hillside where the morning breeze always seemed a little cooler. The grass beneath their boots was still damp with dew. Each step released the fresh scent of earth and wild herbs that had quietly grown among the meadow grasses all summer long. The valley behind them was fully awake now. Thin wisps of smoke curled upward from cottage chimneys. The little church bell had fallen silent once again. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crowed one final time as though announcing that morning had officially begun. Thomas smiled. "It sounds like everyone is ready for the day." Samuel nodded. "The old barn cat." They both laughed softly. The gray cat named Willow had a habit of sleeping through nearly every sunrise, only wandering outside after the warm sunshine reached the porch steps. As they reached the top of the hill, a wide field of tall prairie grass stretched before them. The grasses swayed gently from side to side, their feathery tops glowing with silver drops of dew. Every breeze created slow rolling waves across the field. The movement reminded Thomas of the sea he had seen only once as a young man. He had never forgotten how the ocean breathed. This meadow breathed in much the same way, steady, peaceful, endless. A narrow trail crossed the middle of the prairie. No wagon could travel here, only walkers, deer, foxes, and the occasional family of wild turkeys. Thomas and Samuel followed the little trail. It curved gently through clusters of golden wildflowers and patches of soft blue asters. Above them, dozens of swallows darted gracefully through the sky, catching tiny insects that sparkled in the sunlight. Their flight looked effortless. They twisted, turned, then climbed high above the meadow before sweeping low once again. Samuel stopped walking. "I don't think they ever get tired." Thomas looked upward. "They rest when it's time to rest, fly when it's time to fly." Samuel smiled. "Suppose they know something we sometimes forget." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "World doesn't ask us to hurry all the time." A little farther along the trail stood an enormous white oak. Its branches stretched so wide that they shaded nearly the entire hillside. The trunk was so broad that it would have taken several people holding hands to reach all the way around it. Thomas gently placed one hand against the rough bark. "This tree was already old when your grandfather was a boy." Samuel looked upward in amazement. "So it has watched many summers." "Has. Many winters." The leaves whispered softly above them. A gentle shower of sunlight filtered through tiny openings in the canopy, creating bright circles upon the grass below. Several squirrels chased one another along the branches before disappearing into the thick leaves. One stopped just long enough to glance curiously at the visitors. Then it vanished once again. At the base of the great tree rested a smooth, flat stone. Thomas sat down. Samuel joined him. Neither spoke for several minutes. The quiet felt complete. The breeze, the birds, the rustling leaves, the distant murmur of the brook somewhere below the hill. Every sound belonged together like instruments in a peaceful orchestra. A monarch butterfly floated slowly across the meadow. Its orange and black wings glowed brilliantly beneath the summer sun. It landed upon a cluster of purple flowers only a few feet away. Without thinking, both Thomas and Samuel leaned forward just a little. The butterfly folded its wings, then opened them again. It remained perfectly still, enjoying the warmth of the morning. "It doesn't seem afraid," Samuel whispered. Thomas smiled. "Perhaps it has learned that quiet people are gentle people." Butterfly rested for another moment before lifting gracefully into the air. It drifted toward the open field, carried as much by the breeze as by its own wings. They watched until it became only a tiny flicker of orange among the countless wildflowers. Far away, the river shimmered beneath the growing sunlight. Its surface flashed like polished silver whenever the breeze touched the water. The young American countryside stretched peacefully in every direction: fields, forests, meadows, streams, and scattered cottages where ordinary families were beginning another simple summer day. Thomas took one slow, contented breath. There is always something beautiful waiting for those who walk slowly. Samuel looked across the valley and quietly nodded. "I think that's my favorite lesson." Together, they rose from the old stone beneath the ancient oak and continued along the winding trail, while the gentle morning carried them toward whatever quiet wonder the countryside had prepared next. The trail wound gently down the far side of the hill, disappearing into a peaceful grove of tall white pines. As Thomas and Samuel stepped beneath the towering trees, the morning sunlight became softer, filtering through countless green needles high above. The forest floor was covered with a thick carpet of fallen pine needles that cushioned every footstep. The air felt cooler here. It carried the fresh scent of pine resin, rich earth, and damp moss hidden beneath the shade. For a few moments, neither father nor son spoke. The quiet of the pine grove was different from the open meadow here. Every sound seemed wrapped in softness. The breeze whispered high above the treetops. A woodpecker tapped steadily against an old trunk somewhere in the distance. Now and then, a pine cone loosened from a branch and landed gently upon the forest floor with a quiet thump. Thomas breathed deeply. "Always loved this place." Samuel smiled. "It feels peaceful." "Does." The trees seemed to keep the whole forest calm. Sunlight slipped through the branches in long golden beams. Tiny particles of dust floated lazily through the light, drifting so slowly that they seemed suspended in time. Near the base of one great pine, a family of mushrooms had appeared after the cool night. Some were no larger than a button, others spread wide like tiny umbrellas. Their pale caps glowed softly beneath the filtered sunlight. Samuel knelt for a closer look. "They appeared overnight." Thomas nodded. "The forest is always quietly changing, even while we're sleeping." Samuel gently brushed away a fallen pine needle. "It makes me wonder what else happens while no one is watching." Thomas looked around the silent grove. "Probably more than we could ever imagine." A little farther ahead, they reached a narrow stream flowing between smooth stones. Unlike the larger brook near the village, this stream whispered almost silently. Its water was crystal clear. Tiny fish rested calmly in the deeper pools, barely moving except when sunlight danced across the surface. Thomas stepped onto a flat stone near the middle of the stream. He looked down. The clear water reflected the tall pine trees perfectly. Only the gentle current reminded him that everything was quietly moving forward. Samuel crossed behind him, choosing each stepping stone carefully. When he reached the opposite bank, he turned and waited. "Like how quiet it is here." Thomas smiled. "The forest has a way of helping people listen." "Listen to what?" Thomas paused for a moment. "Wind, birds, the water. Sometimes." He looked up toward the swaying treetops. "Your own thoughts." Samuel considered those words as they continued walking. Not every lesson needed a long explanation. Some lessons became clearer simply by walking through peaceful places. The trail climbed gently once more until the trees began to thin. Ahead, sunlight poured into another open clearing. Wildflowers covered the edges of the grass, while tall ferns surrounded a broad patch of smooth moss that looked almost like a soft green carpet. In the center of the clearing stood an old wooden cabin. It was small, simple. Its log walls had weathered into gentle shades of gray and brown. A stone chimney rose quietly from one end of the roof. The windows reflected the bright morning sky. No smoke rose from the chimney. No voices came from inside. The cabin had been empty for many years. Thomas stopped beside the weathered gate. "My grandfather used to visit this cabin." Samuel looked at it with quiet curiosity. "Who lived here?" "An old mapmaker." "Mapmaker?" Thomas nodded. "He spent many years exploring these forests." Samuel imagined shelves filled with rolled maps and carefully sharpened pencils. "Did he travel far?" "So I'm told." Thomas rested one hand on the old wooden fence. "But in the end, he always came back here." Samuel looked around the peaceful clearing. "I think I understand why." Breeze stirred the tall pines behind them. A pair of blue jays flew across the clearing with bright flashes of blue against the green forest. One landed briefly on the cabin roof before disappearing into the trees again. Thomas smiled. Some places have a way of staying in your heart. They remained there for a quiet minute, listening to the forest breathe around them. Then, with calm and steady steps, they continued along the woodland trail, leaving the little cabin resting peacefully beneath the pines, exactly as it had for so many quiet summers before. The woodland trail curved gently beyond the little cabin, disappearing beneath a canopy of towering pines and graceful birch trees. Thomas and Samuel continued at their unhurried pace. Behind them, the old cabin slowly faded from view, hidden once again by the quiet embrace of the forest. Neither of them looked back. Some places did not need to be remembered by sight. They remained in the heart long after they disappeared from view. The morning breeze wandered softly through the trees. It carried the clean fragrance of pine needles warmed by the sun, mixed with the cool scent of moss and damp earth. High overhead, sunlight filtered through thousands of branches, painting the forest floor with gentle patches of gold. As they walked, the sound of flowing water slowly became clearer, not the broad creek near the village, not the quiet brook beneath the wooden bridge. This was something different, a spring, hidden among the rocks. The trail opened into a small clearing where crystal-clear water bubbled gently from beneath a smooth granite outcrop. The spring formed a tiny pool before continuing as a narrow stream through the woods. The water was so clear that every pebble resting on the bottom could be seen with perfect clarity. Tiny ferns surrounded the edge of the pool. Their bright green leaves glistened with droplets of water. Wild violets bloomed nearby, adding small patches of purple among the moss-covered stones. Thomas knelt beside the spring. He dipped one hand into the water. It was wonderfully cool. He lifted a handful to his face, letting the fresh water wash away the warmth of the walk. Samuel did the same. "This water feels colder than the brook," Thomas smiled. "It comes straight from deep beneath the hills." Samuel watched the water bubbling quietly from the rocks. "It never seems to stop," Thomas nodded. "Winter or summer, rain or sunshine, it simply keeps flowing." Several moments they listened. The spring had its own gentle music, not loud enough to interrupt the silence, only soft enough to become part of it. A tiny wren landed upon a nearby stone. It tilted its head curiously before hopping closer to the edge of the water. After taking a quick drink, it fluttered into the branches above. Soon another bird arrived, then another. The little spring seemed to welcome every traveler, whether feathered, furry, or human. Thomas smiled. "Good water belongs to everyone." Samuel looked thoughtfully at the little pool. "I think this might be my favorite place in the forest." Thomas laughed quietly. "You've said that about 4 places already today." Samuel grinned. "I know. Every new place feels like my favorite. I hope you never lose that feeling." Breeze stirred the birch leaves. Unlike the deep whisper of the pines, the birches answered with a light, cheerful flutter. The two sounds blended together beautifully, one deep, one bright, like two old friends speaking different languages while somehow understanding each other perfectly. Thomas stood and brushed a few drops of water from his hands. The trail climbed gently beyond the spring. As they followed it, the forest slowly began to brighten. The trees became farther apart. Sunlight reached the ground more easily. Wildflowers appeared once again beside the path. White trilliums, bluebells, tiny yellow buttercups, each blossom nodded gently in the breeze. A pair of white-tailed deer stood quietly at the edge of the clearing. They watched Thomas and Samuel with calm, curious eyes. No one moved. For a peaceful moment, people and wildlife simply shared the same morning. Then, with graceful steps, the deer turned and disappeared silently into the deeper woods. Their tails flashed white only once before the forest welcomed them home again. Thomas watched until the last movement faded among the trees. "The forest has many quiet neighbors," he said softly. Samuel nodded. "And they're kind enough to let us visit." They continued walking beneath the warm summer sun, leaving the little spring singing quietly behind them. Ahead, another bend in the trail promised fresh meadows, new birdsong, and more gentle wonders waiting patiently to be discovered. The countryside never hurried its beauty. It revealed it one peaceful step at a time. The forest trail continued beyond the spring, rising gently toward the highest part of the woodland. The climb was not difficult. It was the kind of path that encouraged patience rather than effort. Every few steps offered something new to notice. A small flower growing between stones, a bird resting quietly on a branch, a beam of sunlight passing through the leaves and touching the forest floor. Thomas had always believed that the best walks were not measured by distance. They were measured by moments. Samuel walked beside him, occasionally stopping to examine something interesting along the way. A smooth piece of bark, a strange-shaped leaf, a tiny feather resting beside the trail. Each discovery seemed important, and in a way it was. The forest rewarded those who paid attention. Soon the trees began to change. The tall pines became fewer. The birches grew thinner. Ahead, the trail entered a grove of ancient chestnut trees. Their trunks were wide and strong. Their branches stretched high above, forming a natural roof of green leaves. The ground beneath them was covered with fallen chestnut shells from previous seasons. Thomas remembered gathering chestnuts here when he was a child. Back then, the grove had seemed like an endless forest, Every tree felt enormous, every shadow felt mysterious. Time had changed his perspective. The trees were still magnificent, but now he understood something he had not understood as a child. The forest was not large because it was frightening. It was large because it was full of life. A gentle breeze moved through the chestnut branches. Hundreds of leaves fluttered together, creating a sound like distant rainfall. Samuel looked upward. "It sounds like water," Thomas smiled. "Nature has many ways of singing." They followed the trail deeper into the grove. A small wooden sign appeared beside the path. It was old and faded. The words carved into it were almost hidden beneath years of weather. Thomas stepped closer. It marked the location of an old resting place used by travelers many years earlier. A simple stone bench sat beneath the trees. No one knew exactly who had placed it there, but generations of walkers had stopped at that very spot to rest. Thomas touched the smooth surface of the stone. "Many people have sat here." Samuel looked around. "Do you think they noticed the same things we notice?" Thomas smiled. Perhaps some did. Perhaps others were too busy thinking about where they were going. Two sat quietly on the stone bench. The shade was cool. The air was peaceful. A gentle breeze carried the scent of chestnut leaves and wildflowers. Above them, a squirrel moved carefully along a branch. It stopped near a small opening in the tree and disappeared inside. Samuel watched with interest. "Wonder what it keeps in there. Probably things it believes are important." Samuel laughed softly. "Like my basket." Thomas smiled. "Exactly like your basket." They both laughed. The sound traveled lightly through the grove before fading away. Nearby, a small stream crossed the trail. Unlike the clear spring they had visited earlier, this stream moved more quickly. The water danced over stones and created tiny white ripples beneath the sunlight. A fallen tree served as a natural bridge. Thomas crossed first. Samuel followed carefully, balancing himself with both arms stretched outward. When he reached the other side, he smiled proudly. "I didn't fall." Thomas nodded. "I noticed. I think I'm getting better." "You are." Young man looked back at the stream. "It makes me think." "About what?" "How water always finds a way around obstacles." Thomas looked at the flowing stream. "That is a wise thing to notice." Water continued forward around rocks, beneath branches, through narrow spaces, never stopping, never complaining, only continuing its journey. The trail finally reached the top of the ridge. The forest opened suddenly. Before them stretched a breathtaking view of the entire valley. The village rested far below. The fields looked like carefully painted patches of green and gold. The river reflected the sunlight like a long silver ribbon. The distant mountains stood quietly beneath the endless summer sky. Thomas and Samuel stood together in silence. No words were needed. Some views were better enjoyed without conversation. The breeze moved gently around them. It carried the sounds of the valley upward. A distant church bell, a wagon rolling along a road, birds singing from the forest behind them. Life continuing peacefully below. Thomas placed a hand on Samuel's shoulder. "Remember this moment." Samuel looked toward him. "One day, when life becomes busy, you may need to remember that the world can still be this quiet." Samuel looked back across the valley. The sunlight warmed his face. "I think I will." And together they stood upon the ridge, watching the peaceful American countryside breathe beneath them, grateful for another simple morning filled with beauty, family, and the quiet wonders that waited along every path. The ridge remained peaceful long after Thomas and Samuel reached its highest point. The morning sun had now risen well above the horizon, bathing the entire valley in warm golden light. From where they stood, the countryside appeared almost endless. The fields stretched like a patchwork quilt across the land. Green pastures, golden wheat, dark forests, silver streams, small wooden homes scattered between rows of trees. Every part of the valley seemed connected, like pieces of one beautiful story written by nature itself. Thomas sat upon a smooth stone near the edge of the ridge. Samuel joined him. The breeze moved gently around them, carrying the distant sounds of the valley below. A farmer calling to his horses. A child laughing somewhere near a cottage. The soft ringing of a hammer from the village blacksmith. Even from this distance, life felt peaceful, busy. But peaceful. Samuel looked down at the village. "It seems so small from here." Thomas nodded. "Distance changes the way we see things." "What do you mean?" When we are standing in the middle of something, we often notice only the small details. He looked across the valley. But when we step back, we see how everything belongs together. Samuel watched the river winding through the fields. I think people are like that too, Thomas smiled. That is a thoughtful thing to say. Sometimes wisdom appeared in the simplest moments, a quiet walk, a morning breeze, a conversation beneath an old tree. The ridge offered all of these things freely. A hawk returned to the sky above them. It circled slowly, catching the warm air rising from the valley floor. Its wings spread wide. It moved without struggle, without fear, simply allowing the wind to carry it. Samuel followed its path with his eyes. I wish I could see the world from that high, Thomas smiled. Perhaps someday you will, traveling far, maybe. Remember, he looked toward the valley. Seeing new places is wonderful. Learning to appreciate the place where you are is just as important. Samuel nodded slowly. The words stayed with him. After a while, they stood and continued along the ridge trail. The path followed the edge of the forest, where tall grasses grew beside clusters of wildflowers. A warm breeze moved through the field. Thousands of tiny seeds drifted through the air. They floated like little pieces of snow beneath the summer sun. A dandelion seed landed gently upon Samuel's sleeve. He carefully lifted it and watched it move away with the breeze. Where do you think it will go? Thomas looked at the floating seed. Wherever the wind carries it. Will it find a place to grow? Perhaps. If it does not, Thomas smiled. Then it will become part of another journey. Samuel looked thoughtful. The world seemed full of quiet lessons today. Every leaf, every stream, every bird, every passing breeze, all seemed to say something if one listened carefully enough. As they descended from the ridge, the trail led toward an open meadow where a small wooden fence surrounded a field of wild grasses. Beyond the fence stood an old farmhouse. It belonged to the Carter family. The Carters had lived in the valley for many years. Their farm was known for its beautiful flower garden and the large maple tree that stood beside their porch. As Thomas and Samuel approached, a friendly voice called from the garden, "Thomas." They looked toward the farmhouse. Mrs. Clara Carter waved warmly from beside a row of blooming flowers. She was carrying a basket filled with freshly picked vegetables. "Good morning." Thomas smiled. "Good morning, Clara." She walked toward the gate. "You two have been wandering the hills again, haven't you?" Samuel smiled. "Just exploring," Clara laughed. "Exploring is a good way to spend a morning." She opened her basket. "Have more tomatoes than my family can possibly eat," Thomas chuckled. "That sounds like a wonderful problem." Clara handed them several bright red tomatoes. "Take these home. Mary will know exactly what to do with them." Samuel thanked her. The tomatoes were still warm from the morning sun, simple gifts, simple kindness. Yet these were the moments that made a community feel like family. Thomas looked around the Carter farm. The garden was filled with color. Sunflowers stood tall along the fence. Bees moved peacefully between blossoms. A small wooden swing hung beneath the maple tree. The entire place carried the feeling of a home built not only with wood and stone, but with patience, care, and love. After a pleasant conversation, Thomas and Samuel continued down the path toward home. Behind them, the Carter farmhouse returned to its peaceful morning rhythm. Ahead, the valley waited beneath the bright summer sky. And the simple journey continued, carrying them through another beautiful day in the quiet heart of the young American countryside. The road home felt different after every journey. Even though Thomas and Samuel had walked these paths many times before, the countryside always seemed to reveal something new. A flower blooming beside a fence, a bird resting on an unfamiliar branch, a forgotten stone warmed by the morning sun. The world was never truly the same twice. They walked slowly beneath the clear summer sky, carrying the basket of fresh tomatoes from the Carter farm. The tomatoes were bright and heavy, their smooth skins shining like small red treasures. Samuel carefully held the basket with both hands. "Mrs. Carter is always generous," Thomas nodded. "She knows that kindness grows when it is shared." Samuel looked at the basket. "Like seeds." "Exactly like seeds," Thomas smiled. "A small kindness planted today may become something much larger tomorrow." Path led them beside a wooden fence covered with climbing vines. Tiny purple flowers wrapped around the old boards, creating a beautiful natural decoration. No one had planted them there. No one had arranged them. They simply grew where they found a little sunlight and space. Samuel stopped to admire them. Wonder how they know where to grow. Thomas looked at the flowers. Perhaps they simply do their best with the place they are given. The words were simple, but Samuel remembered them. Beyond the fence stood a small pond surrounded by tall grasses. The pond was one of the quietest places in the valley. Ducks often rested there during the afternoon. Frogs sang from the edges during warm evenings. Dragonflies danced above the water whenever the sun was bright. Today, the pond reflected the blue sky perfectly. White clouds drifted across the surface like slow-moving ships. A family of ducks floated calmly near the reeds. The mother duck moved gently ahead while several small ducklings followed closely behind. Samuel smiled. They always stay together. Thomas nodded. Family has a way of doing that. A dragonfly landed briefly on a nearby reed. Its delicate wings caught the sunlight, shining almost like glass. It remained there for only a moment before lifting away and disappearing above the water. Thomas watched it fly. So many beautiful things are here for only a short time. Samuel looked curious. That make them less important? Thomas shook his head. Perhaps it makes them more precious. They continued along the path. The afternoon was beginning to approach. The morning coolness was slowly giving way to warmer sunshine. Farmers across the valley worked steadily in their fields. Some guided horses through rows of crops, others repaired fences. Children carried small baskets from gardens. The village had found its daily rhythm, a peaceful rhythm, one built from simple tasks completed with care. As Thomas and Samuel reached the wooden bridge over the brook, they paused once again. The same bridge they had crossed the evening before now looked completely different beneath the morning light. The water sparkled. The wooden boards felt warm beneath their hands. Birds hopped along the railing, searching for tiny insects hidden in the cracks. Samuel looked down at the flowing water. It was quiet last night, and now it feels happy. Thomas smiled. Water changes with the world around it. Brook continued flowing beneath them, carrying leaves, carrying reflections, carrying the story of the land through every bend and turn. On the far side of the bridge, a familiar figure approached. It was Mr. Nathaniel Brooks, the village carpenter. He carried a bundle of fresh-cut wooden boards over one shoulder. "Good morning, Thomas." "Good morning, Nathaniel." The old carpenter smiled when he saw the basket. "Looks like you found some treasures." Samuel laughed. "Tomatoes from the Carter farm." Nathaniel nodded. "Good people always seem to grow good things." They stood beside the bridge for a few moments, sharing a quiet conversation. Nathaniel explained that he was repairing a small bookshelf for the village school. Children need a place for their books. Samuel smiled. "Can I help?" Nathaniel looked pleased. "I would be happy to have another pair of hands." Thomas watched the two. He knew moments like this mattered. A young person learning from an older person. A skill being passed from one generation to another. Knowledge was not only found in books. Sometimes it lived in hands that had worked for many years. Sometimes it lived in stories shared beside a road. Sometimes it lived in quiet examples of patience and kindness. After saying goodbye, Thomas and Samuel continued toward home. The sun climbed higher. The brook sang beneath the bridge. The field stretched peacefully on both sides. And the little valley continued its gentle dance of ordinary moments, each one carrying its own quiet beauty. The path toward home continued beneath the warm afternoon sun. The morning breeze had softened now, replaced by the gentle warmth of a peaceful summer day. The valley was fully alive, yet everything moved with a calm and natural rhythm. Thomas and Samuel walked beside the fields where tall wheat swayed slowly in the wind. The golden stalks moved together like waves upon a quiet ocean. Every now and then, a small bird flew from one side of the field to the other, disappearing among the endless rows of grain. Samuel looked across the wheat. "It seems like the whole field is moving." Thomas smiled. "It is. The wind is having a conversation with every plant." Samuel listened carefully. The wheat whispered softly as the breeze passed through, 1,000 tiny sounds blending into one peaceful song. At the edge of the field stood an old wooden scarecrow. Its faded hat leaned slightly to one side. Its worn coat had seen many seasons, yet it still stood proudly, watching over the crops. Samuel laughed. "I think he needs a new hat." Thomas smiled. "Perhaps. I think the birds have grown used to him." A small sparrow landed on the scarecrow's shoulder. It looked completely comfortable. Then it flew away toward the nearby trees. The old scarecrow remained exactly where he had always been, quiet, patient, faithful. The road curved toward the village. Smoke rose gently from several chimneys as families prepared their midday meals. The scent of fresh bread drifted through the air from the small bakery near the town square. Even from a distance, Thomas recognized it. Warm flour, honey, a little cinnamon. The smell reminded him of childhood mornings when his own mother would bake before sunrise. Some memories did not fade. They simply waited quietly until something brought them back. As they entered the village, familiar faces greeted them. A farmer waved from across the road. A child riding a wooden toy horse smiled as they passed. The village blacksmith stood outside his workshop, allowing the hot iron tools to cool beneath the shade. The sound of his hammer had been part of the village for as long as Thomas could remember. Clang, clang, clang. A steady rhythm, a sound of creation. The blacksmith raised his hand. Morning, Thomas. Good morning. Beautiful day. Thomas looked toward the clear sky. Indeed it is. Inside the village square, a large oak tree provided shade for travelers and neighbors. Beneath it sat a wooden bench where people often rested and shared stories. Today, several villagers had gathered there. Some discussed crops, some talked about the coming season, some simply enjoyed the afternoon air. Thomas and Samuel stopped for a moment. The conversations were simple, but simple conversations often carried the greatest comfort. An elderly woman spoke about flowers blooming earlier than expected. A young farmer shared how his new foal had finally learned to walk confidently. A shopkeeper described receiving a new shipment of books for the village store. Nothing extraordinary, nothing that would appear in history books. Yet these were the moments that formed a life, the quiet threads that created the beautiful fabric of a community. Samuel listened carefully. He was beginning to understand something his father had always known. A good life was not measured only by great achievements. It was measured by the kindness given, the memories created, the people loved, the ordinary days appreciated. Before leaving the square, Thomas purchased a small bag of flour from the village store. The shopkeeper smiled. Baking again? Thomas laughed. She always finds a reason. Shopkeeper nodded. Good food has a way of bringing people together. Thomas agreed. With the flour, the tomatoes, and the memories of the morning journey, they finally turned toward their cottage. The afternoon sun followed them home. The fields glowed softly. The birds continued their songs. The brook continued its endless journey, and the peaceful valley carried on, showing once again that beauty was not always found in distant places. Sometimes it waited beside a familiar road. Sometimes it lived beneath an old tree. Sometimes it was simply found in walking home with someone you loved. The afternoon slowly settled over the valley. The bright morning energy had softened into a warmer, quieter pace. The sun now rested high above the fields, pouring golden light across the rooftops, gardens, and winding country roads. Thomas and Samuel continued walking toward home. Their steps were relaxed. There was no need to hurry. The cottage was waiting. The garden was waiting. The familiar comfort of family was waiting. Along the roadside, wildflowers moved gently in the breeze. Some had opened fully beneath the afternoon sun, while others leaned slightly toward the shade of taller grasses. Nature never seemed concerned about being perfect. Each flower simply existed as it was, beautiful in its own way. A small blue butterfly crossed their path. It floated from one side of the road to the other, moving slowly as though it had nowhere else it needed to be. Samuel watched it disappear. I think butterflies always look peaceful, Thomas smiled. Perhaps they know something about enjoying the journey. Road passed beside a small wooden fence where several sheep rested beneath the shade of an old maple tree. The sheepdog lay nearby, watching them calmly. His eyes opened when Thomas and Samuel approached. The dog lifted his head, recognized them, and returned to his peaceful rest. Even the animals of the valley knew the familiar faces that passed through their world. A little farther ahead, they reached a field where young farmers were repairing a broken section of fence. One of them waved. Thomas, Samuel. Thomas stopped. Need a hand? The young farmer smiled. We could use one more. Without hesitation, Samuel placed the basket down carefully. Together, they helped lift the wooden posts and secure the loose boards. The work was simple. The tools were basic. But there was something satisfying about repairing something that would protect the field for years to come. Thomas watched Samuel work. He noticed the care in his movements, the patience, the willingness to help. Those qualities mattered more than any skill learned from a book. After the fence was repaired, the farmers thanked them. "No need," Thomas said. "We all depend on one another." Farmer nodded. "That is what makes this valley special." They continued toward home. The afternoon breeze carried the distant sound of children playing near the village school. Their laughter rose above the fields like a cheerful melody. Samuel smiled. "I remember when I was that small." Thomas laughed softly. "You still seem to remember many things from when you were small." Samuel grinned. "Those were good days." Thomas looked toward him. "They still are." Path finally reached the familiar wooden gate of their cottage. The garden welcomed them with bright colors and sweet fragrances. The tomatoes from the Carter farm rested safely in the basket. The flour from the village store was tucked beneath Samuel's arm. Mary appeared near the doorway when she heard their footsteps. "You two were gone quite a while." Thomas smiled. "We found many reasons to take our time." Mary looked at the basket. "And I see you found some gifts as well." "Good neighbors." She nodded warmly. Good neighbors are one of life's greatest treasures. Elizabeth suddenly appeared behind her mother. "Papa." She ran across the garden path. Thomas opened his arms as she reached him. "Did you find more treasures today?" Elizabeth asked eagerly. Thomas smiled. Today we found memories." She looked thoughtful. "Can memories go in my basket?" Thomas laughed gently. "Perhaps the best ones can." Elizabeth seemed satisfied with that answer. She carefully examined the tomatoes. "These are very red. They came from Mrs. Carter's garden." Elizabeth nodded seriously. "Then they must be special." Family carried everything inside. The cottage filled once again with the comforting sounds of home. The placing of baskets on the table, the opening of kitchen drawers, the gentle voices of family members sharing stories. Outside, the sun continued its slow journey across the sky. The shadows of the trees grew longer. The birds began their afternoon songs. And another peaceful day in the young American countryside continued unfolding, one simple moment after another. Inside the cottage, the afternoon carried a gentle warmth. The kitchen became the heart of the home once again. Mary placed the fresh tomatoes from the Carter farm on the wooden counter, their bright colors standing out beautifully beside the jars of herbs and vegetables she had preserved throughout the summer. Elizabeth stood on a small wooden stool beside her mother, carefully watching every movement. "Can I help?" Mary smiled. "You may wash the tomatoes." Elizabeth took the small bowl with great seriousness. She carried it to the basin and carefully rinsed each tomato beneath the cool water. She treated everyone as though it were a precious treasure. Thomas and Samuel stepped outside to place the flour and other supplies in the small storage room beside the cottage. The afternoon air felt warm against their faces. The garden hummed with life. Bees moved quietly between flowers. Butterflies rested upon leaves. The old maple tree cast a wide shadow across the grass. Thomas looked toward the tree. "I remember planting that." Samuel looked surprised. "You planted this tree?" Thomas nodded. "Many years ago." "You were born." Samuel placed his hand against the rough bark. "It became so big." Thomas smiled. "That is what happens when something is given time, care, and patience." Samuel looked at the tree thoughtfully. "I guess people are like that too." Thomas nodded. "Yes, people need time to grow as well." The two stood quietly beneath the branches. A gentle breeze moved through the leaves above them. The sound was familiar, comforting, like an old song remembered from childhood. Nearby, a small bird landed on the fence. It carried a tiny piece of grass in its beak. Thomas watched as it carefully placed the grass among the branches of a nearby bush. "Building a nest?" Samuel asked. "Looks like it." Bird returned again and again. Each trip carried only a small piece, a little grass, a little twig, a little bit of effort, but together those small pieces would become a safe home. Samuel smiled. "Another lesson from nature." Thomas laughed softly. "Nature teaches many lessons." Inside the cottage, Mary called them. "Tomatoes are ready." They returned to the kitchen. Elizabeth proudly showed them the cleaned vegetables. "I washed every single one." Thomas examined the bowl carefully. "Excellent work." Elizabeth smiled. "I was very careful." Mary placed the tomatoes on the cutting board. Soon the kitchen filled with the comforting sounds of afternoon cooking, the gentle sound of a knife, the movement of a wooden spoon, the quiet bubbling of a pot warming on the stove. Outside, the valley continued its peaceful rhythm. A wagon passed along the distant road. A farmer guided his horses through a nearby field. The wind moved through the tall grass. Everything seemed to follow the same calm pace. While Mary prepared the meal, Thomas sat near the window with Samuel and Elizabeth. The sunlight entered through the glass, creating warm patterns across the wooden floor. Elizabeth opened her little basket of treasures. She carefully arranged her collection: the blue feather, the smooth stones, the pine cones, the tiny acorn. She added a new item: a small wildflower she had found beside the garden path. "Every treasure has a story," she said. Thomas smiled. "That is true." She pointed to the feather. "This one came from the creek, then the stones. These came from the water, then the flower. And this one came from our garden." Samuel looked at the small collection. "They are simple things." Elizabeth nodded. "But they are special." Thomas smiled quietly. Sometimes children understood what adults spent years trying to remember. The value of something was not always found in how rare it was. Sometimes it was found in the memory attached to it. The afternoon slowly moved toward evening. The sunlight became softer. The shadows grew longer. The birds began returning to their favorite trees. And inside the little cottage, surrounded by family, simple food, and quiet stories, Thomas felt grateful for another ordinary day that had become something truly meaningful. The afternoon light slowly began to change. The bright golden sunshine that had filled the garden softened into a warmer glow. The shadows of the trees stretched longer across the grass, and the quiet sounds of evening began to appear throughout the valley. Inside the cottage, the family gathered around the table once again. Mary placed the meal in the center: fresh vegetables from the garden, tomatoes from the Carter farm, warm bread made earlier that morning. A simple meal, a beautiful meal, because it was shared together. Thomas looked around the table. Samuel, Elizabeth, Mary, the people who made the little cottage feel like the safest place in the world. He had learned long ago that a home was not created only by walls and a roof. A home was created by voices, by laughter, by kindness, by the memories built day after day. Elizabeth carefully picked up a slice of tomato. "These taste different," Mary smiled. "They are from Mrs. Carter's garden." Elizabeth nodded. "I think they taste like sunshine." Everyone at the table laughed softly. Thomas looked at his daughter. "That might be the best description I've ever heard." Conversation moved gently from one subject to another. Samuel spoke about the old mapmaker's cabin in the forest. Mary asked about the ridge overlooking the valley. Elizabeth wanted to know if the stars would appear again tonight. "They always do," Thomas told her. Every night, even when clouds hide them, even then." Elizabeth thought carefully. "So they are still there, even when we cannot see them." Thomas smiled. "Exactly." She seemed pleased with that answer. After supper, the family stepped outside. The evening air had begun to cool. The garden smelled wonderful: fresh herbs, damp earth, flowers closing their petals for the night. The sun was now near the horizon. Its final rays painted the sky with colors that seemed impossible to create: soft orange, deep pink, gentle purple. The clouds above the western hills glowed like painted brushstrokes. The family sat together on the porch. No one needed entertainment. No one needed noise. The sunset itself was enough. Samuel leaned back against the wooden railing. "I think every evening should end this way." Thomas smiled. "Perhaps every evening can." Samuel looked curious, noticing it. Young man looked toward the fields. Thomas continued. "Sky changes every day. Wind changes. The sounds change. Many people are too busy thinking about tomorrow to notice today." The words settled quietly among them. The family watched as the sun slowly disappeared. A flock of birds crossed the orange sky, returning to their nests. Their silhouettes moved gracefully above the distant trees. The first fireflies appeared near the garden. One tiny light, then another, then many more. Elizabeth became excited. Back, she stood carefully and watched the glowing insects dance among the flowers. The same little lights she had admired the night before had returned, always changing, always returning. Mary smiled. "Some things in life are wonderfully dependable." Breeze moved through the maple tree. Its leaves whispered softly above the porch. The same tree that had welcomed Thomas as a young man now sheltered his own family. Years passed, seasons changed, children grew, but some peaceful moments remained almost unchanged. As darkness slowly covered the valley, Thomas looked across the fields. The cottages below began glowing with warm candlelight. The village became a collection of tiny golden lights beneath the evening sky. From the distance came familiar sounds: a closing barn door, a horse settling into the straw, a neighbor calling good night, the quiet music of a community ending another day together. Elizabeth rested her head against her father's shoulder. "Papa." "Yes." "Was today a good day?" Thomas looked at the valley, then at his family. "Yes," he smiled. "Good." And as the last colors of sunset disappeared and the stars slowly began returning above the young American countryside, the family remained together on the porch, grateful for the simple gift of another peaceful day. The evening continued to settle gently over the valley. The last colors of sunset faded slowly from the sky, leaving behind a peaceful mixture of deep blue and soft violet. The stars had not yet fully appeared, but a few bright points of light were already beginning to shine above the distant hills. The family remained on the porch. No one wanted to end the moment too quickly. The air was cool and refreshing after the warmth of the day. A gentle breeze moved through the garden, carrying the sweet scent of flowers that had begun closing for the night. The lavender beside the porch swayed quietly. The tall grasses beyond the fence moved like a slow, peaceful ocean. Elizabeth watched the fireflies floating above the garden. Each tiny light appeared for a moment, disappeared, and then returned somewhere else. "Do they know where they are going?" she asked. Thomas smiled. "Perhaps they do. They seem to move randomly. Beautiful things look random at first." Elizabeth looked carefully at the glowing insects. "But they always seem to find their way." Thomas nodded. "That is true." The little girl continued watching. Sometimes the smallest things carried the biggest lessons. A flower opening, a bird returning home, a firefly shining in the darkness. The world was filled with quiet wonders for those willing to notice them. Samuel stood and walked toward the garden gate. "I should check the animals before it gets completely dark." Thomas nodded. "Come with you." Together they crossed the yard. The grass was cool beneath their boots now. The sounds of the day were slowly changing. The birds that had filled the morning with songs were becoming quiet. The evening creatures were beginning their own gentle music. The barn stood peacefully at the edge of the property. A warm lantern hung beside the door. Its golden glow created a small circle of light against the growing darkness. Inside, the horses rested comfortably. Their breathing was slow and calm. The smell of fresh straw filled the barn. Samuel checked the water buckets and made sure everything was ready for the night. Thomas watched him carefully. There was a quiet confidence in the way Samuel worked. He was no longer the little boy who followed his father everywhere. He was becoming someone who could care for others, someone who understood responsibility. Outside the barn, the sheep rested beneath the stars. The old sheepdog lifted his head when they approached. He wagged his tail once before returning to his comfortable place. "You worked hard today," Samuel told him. The dog seemed satisfied with the compliment. Thomas smiled. "Animals understand kindness." Samuel looked at the peaceful dog. "I think everyone does." They closed the barn door gently and walked back toward the cottage. Above them, the first true stars of the night became visible, one by one, then hundreds more. The sky slowly transformed into the same beautiful display they had admired the night before. The moon began rising above the eastern trees. Its soft light touched the fields, the garden, and the old wooden fence. When they reached the porch, Mary and Elizabeth were waiting. Elizabeth held her basket of treasures. "I added something new." Thomas looked inside. Small white flower rested beside the blue feather and smooth stones. "Where did you find it?" "Near the garden," she smiled proudly. "I thought it looked lonely." Thomas looked at the little flower. "And you gave it a home?" Elizabeth nodded. "Everyone needs a place." Mary smiled gently at her daughter. The family sat together once more beneath the growing night sky. The valley around them became quieter with every passing minute. The distant brook continued its endless song. The wind moved through the trees. The stars shone above. Another day had passed, a day filled not with extraordinary events, but with moments that mattered: a walk through the forest, a conversation beneath an old tree, a shared meal, a child's collection of simple treasures, a sunset watched together. These were the memories that quietly built a lifetime. And beneath the peaceful American night sky, the little cottage rested once again, surrounded by love, nature, and the gentle comfort of home. The night grew deeper around the little cottage. The valley had slowly surrendered the sounds of the day. The farmers had returned home. The wagons had stopped traveling along the country roads. The village windows glowed warmly for a little while longer before becoming dark one by one. A peaceful stillness covered everything. Thomas sat on the porch beside Mary, while Samuel and Elizabeth rested nearby. The family did not speak much. They simply enjoyed being together. Above them, the stars continued their endless journey across the dark sky. The moon climbed higher, spreading silver light across the fields. The old maple tree beside the cottage cast a long shadow across the garden. Its leaves moved gently whenever the breeze passed through. The sound was soft and familiar, like a quiet voice reminding them that they were never truly alone. Elizabeth opened her basket once again. She carefully looked through each treasure: the blue feather, the smooth stones, the pine cones, the tiny acorn, the small white flower. She touched each one gently. "You think I'll find more tomorrow?" Thomas smiled. "I believe you will." "What kind?" Thomas looked toward the garden. "That depends on what the world decides to share with you." Elizabeth looked up at the stars. "I hope it shares something beautiful." Thomas smiled. "I think it already has." She looked confused. "What?" "This evening, this family, this moment." Elizabeth became quiet. Even though she was young, she understood that some things were special because they happened only once. A moment could not be saved in a box. A sunset could not be placed on a shelf. A happy day could not be held forever, but it could be remembered. And sometimes a beautiful memory was the greatest treasure of all. Samuel looked across the valley. Lights from the village are almost gone. Thomas followed his gaze. Only a few small lanterns remained visible in the distance. "Village is resting." Samuel nodded. "It seems strange." "Does? During the day everyone is moving, working, talking. At night," he looked around, "everything becomes quiet." Thomas smiled. "Night reminds us that rest is part of life." Words stayed with Samuel. The world itself understood balance. The sun worked all day before resting beyond the horizon. The flowers opened in the morning and closed at night. The birds sang and then became silent. The fields grew and then waited for another season. Everything had its time. A gentle breeze moved through the garden. A few leaves drifted slowly from the maple tree. They spun through the air before landing softly upon the grass. Summer was still strong, but small signs of change were beginning to appear. Thomas noticed. Every season arrived quietly before anyone truly noticed. The first cool breeze, the first changing leaf, the first evening when darkness arrived a little earlier. Nature never announced its changes loudly. It simply whispered them. From the barn came a soft sound. One of the horses shifted inside. Then everything became quiet again. The old grandfather clock inside the cottage marked another hour tick. Tock, tick, tock. The sound traveled through the open window. A gentle reminder that time continued moving forward. Thomas looked at his family. Years would pass. Days would become memories. Children would grow. Seasons would change. But moments like this would always remain important. Not because they were grand, not because they were famous, but because they were real. They were the quiet pieces of life that created a beautiful story. Eventually, Mary stood. "Perhaps it is time for bed." Elizabeth gave a small, sleepy smile. "I think the stars are making me tired again." Everyone laughed softly. Thomas stood and offered his hand. Together, the family walked inside the cottage. Behind them, the porch became empty. The lantern was lowered. The door closed gently. Outside, the garden rested beneath the moonlight. The fireflies continued their silent dance. The brook continued singing. The trees continued whispering. And the little American valley entered another peaceful night, carrying with it the simple beauty of a day that had been lived slowly, lovingly, and completely. The cottage became quiet once again. The gentle sounds of evening slowly faded into the peaceful rhythm of night. The wooden floors rested beneath the soft glow of moonlight, and the warm scent of the fireplace lingered in the air. Outside, the garden slept beneath a blanket of silver. The flowers that had opened proudly during the day had folded their petals, protecting their delicate colors until morning returned. The vegetables rested beneath the cool night air. The old maple tree stood patiently beside the cottage, its branches moving slowly with each passing breeze. Inside the bedroom, Thomas looked through the small window before closing the curtains. The valley looked different at night. During the day, it was filled with movement, farmers walking through fields, birds flying above trees, children running along paths, but now, everything had become calm. The same land that worked beneath the sun now rested beneath the stars. Mary placed a candle beside the bed. "Tomorrow will be another busy day," Thomas smiled. "Yes, a good one," Mary nodded. "The best days usually are." They prepared for sleep quietly. There was comfort in familiar routines. The folding of clothes, the closing of shutters, the final check that the fire was safely burning. Small actions repeated so many times that they became part of the home story. Upstairs, Samuel looked out from the loft window. The moon reflected on the distant river. He could see the outline of the hills against the night sky. Earlier that morning, he had stood on one of those hills with his father. It felt as though the day had contained many different worlds: the forest, the spring, the old cabin, the ridge, the village, the farm, all connected by simple paths. He realized that a place became special not because it was perfect, but because of the memories created there. He climbed into bed. The wooden frame made a familiar sound. The quilt felt warm and comfortable. Outside the window, a night breeze moved through the trees. Samuel listened. The same wind that had carried birdsong in the morning now carried the whispers of the sleeping forest. A gentle reminder that every moment had its own beauty. In the other room, Elizabeth was already asleep. Her little basket rested beside her bed. The treasures inside waited quietly. Tomorrow, perhaps there would be another feather, another flower, another stone beside the creek, or perhaps something completely unexpected. The world always had small surprises waiting for those who paid attention. The moon continued its journey across the sky. The stars moved slowly above the quiet valley. A family of deer crossed the meadow near the edge of the forest. Their steps were silent, their movements graceful. They paused beside the brook for a drink before disappearing into the darkness once again. A pair of owls watched from the branches above. Their golden eyes reflected the moonlight. The forest belonged to them during these quiet hours. The night belonged to creatures who moved gently through shadows. Far away, the river continued flowing toward places no one in the valley could see. It carried leaves, branches, drops of rain from distant hills. Every stream and river had a story. Every journey began somewhere small, just like every great life began with ordinary days. The old windmill on the hill turned slowly once more as a light breeze returned. Its wooden blades moved with patience, round and round and round. It had stood there through storms and sunshine, through summers and winters, through countless mornings and nights. Yet it continued its quiet work. Perhaps that was another lesson hidden in the countryside. Strength did not always look dramatic. Sometimes strength was simply continuing, one day, one season, one moment at a time. As midnight approached, the entire valley rested: the cottage, the village, the forests, the fields, everything beneath the endless sky. Tomorrow would bring new footsteps on old paths, new conversations, new discoveries, new memories. But tonight belonged only to rest. And beneath the peaceful stars of the young American countryside, the world slowly drifted deeper into dreams. The first hint of morning arrived quietly. Before the sun appeared, before the birds began their songs, the valley existed in that beautiful moment between night and day. The sky was no longer completely dark. A soft blue color stretched across the horizon. The stars slowly faded, one by one, giving their place to the coming light. The cottage remained peaceful. Everyone was still asleep. The fireplace held only a gentle glow from the remaining embers. The old clock continued its steady rhythm: tick, tock, tick, tock. Outside, the world was beginning another quiet transformation. The flowers opened slowly. The leaves lifted toward the morning breeze. The birds stirred beneath their feathers, preparing to welcome another day. A small robin landed on the fence beside the garden. It looked toward the eastern sky. Then it began to sing, one gentle note, then another. Its song traveled across the quiet fields. Soon, another bird answered from the maple tree, then another from the orchard. The valley was waking. Inside the cottage, Thomas opened his eyes. For a moment he remained still. He listened. The same sounds he had heard for many years: the birds, the wind, the quiet movement of a home beginning a new day. He smiled. There was comfort in knowing that some things remained beautifully unchanged. He carefully stepped out of bed, allowing Mary to continue sleeping. The floor was cool beneath his feet. He dressed quietly and walked downstairs. The kitchen welcomed him with familiar warmth. He opened the curtains. Morning light entered slowly, filling the room with a soft golden glow. Outside, the garden looked refreshed. The plants seemed brighter after the night. Tiny drops of water rested upon leaves like little pieces of glass. Thomas stepped outside. The morning air felt crisp, fresh, full of possibility. He walked toward the garden and checked the vegetables. The tomatoes were growing well. The herbs stood proudly. The flowers beside the fence moved gently in the breeze. Every living thing seemed to begin the day with quiet purpose. A small rabbit appeared near the garden gate. It paused when it noticed Thomas. For a moment they looked at each other. Then the rabbit hopped away into the tall grass. Thomas smiled. The valley was full of little visitors. Some stayed for only a moment, some returned every day. Each one had its own place in the rhythm of nature. Soon the cottage door opened behind him. Samuel stepped outside. "Good morning." Thomas turned and smiled. "Good morning." Samuel stretched and looked toward the brightening sky. "I slept well." "I'm glad." They stood together for a moment, watching the sunrise. The first golden rays touched the tops of the trees. The hills slowly became brighter. The river caught the light and began to shine. A new day had arrived. Samuel looked toward the fields. "What do you think today will bring?" Thomas smiled. "I don't know. That's part of what makes each day special." Samuel nodded. The unknown did not feel frightening. It felt like an invitation. Every morning carried possibilities. A new conversation, a new discovery, a new memory waiting to be created. Together they walked toward the barn. The horses greeted them with quiet sounds. The chickens moved around the yard, searching for breakfast. The sheep rested peacefully beneath the morning sun. Everything had its own small responsibility. Everything had its own place. Thomas and Samuel began their morning work, not because they had to, but because caring for something gave life meaning. As the sun rose higher above the young American countryside, the little cottage began another day filled with simple tasks, gentle conversations, and the quiet beauty that could be found everywhere when someone took the time to notice. The morning continued to unfold across the valley. The sun climbed higher, warming the fields and bringing gentle movement to every corner of the countryside. Thomas and Samuel finished their morning chores at the barn and walked back toward the garden. The day had a fresh beginning feeling, the kind of feeling that came after a peaceful night's rest, the kind of feeling that reminded people there was always another opportunity waiting ahead. Mary was already outside. She stood beside the garden table, arranging herbs she had gathered earlier. The leaves were fresh and fragrant. Some would be used for cooking. Others would be dried and stored for the colder months ahead. Samuel watched carefully. "Do you know when they are ready?" Mary smiled. Years of paying attention. Samuel looked at the herbs. "So there isn't a special trick." "There is." "What is it?" Mary gently touched a green leaf. "Patience." She explained that plants revealed their needs slowly. A person had to observe, to listen, to understand, the same way people learned about one another. Thomas smiled as he heard this. The lessons of the countryside often appeared in the simplest moments. After breakfast, Samuel decided to visit the village with Thomas. They needed a few supplies, and the walk would give them another chance to enjoy the morning. Elizabeth wanted to come too. She carried her small basket, hopping to discover something new along the way. The three of them left the cottage together. The wooden gate closed softly behind them. The road was bright beneath the morning sun. Along the way, they passed familiar places: the old maple tree, the wheat fields, the small pond where ducks rested. Every location carried memories. Every path held stories. Elizabeth stopped often. A tiny yellow flower caught her attention, then a colorful stone beside the road, then a butterfly resting on a fence post. Thomas smiled. "We may reach the village by sunset if you continue collecting treasures." Elizabeth laughed. "But they are all different." "That is true. Each one has a story." Thomas nodded. "Then they are worth noticing." Road eventually brought them closer to the village. The sounds became stronger. A wagon wheel rolling across the road, people greeting one another. The distant sound of tools from workshops. The village was small, but it had a life of its own. The first place they visited was the general store. The wooden sign above the door moved gently in the breeze. Inside, shelves were filled with everyday items: flour, cloth, candles, books, tools, simple things that help people build their lives. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "Good morning, Thomas." "Good morning." Elizabeth looked around with curiosity. She loved the little store. Every shelf seemed filled with possibilities. The shopkeeper smiled. "Looking for something special today?" Elizabeth looked at her basket. "Always looking." Everyone laughed. Thomas purchased the supplies they needed. While waiting, Samuel noticed a small stack of books near the corner. "New books," the shopkeeper nodded. "Arrived yesterday." Samuel carefully picked one up. The cover was simple. The pages smelled of fresh paper. Books were still rare treasures in many homes, and Samuel treated them with respect. Thomas watched him. A love for learning was one of the greatest gifts a person could receive. After leaving the store, they walked through the village square. The large oak tree stood in the center, just as it had for many years. Beneath it, neighbors gathered and shared stories, a place where people met, a place where friendships grew, a place where ordinary days became lasting memories. Elizabeth looked around. "Everyone knows everyone here." Thomas smiled. "That is one of the gifts of a small community." They continued through the square, carrying their supplies and enjoying the peaceful morning. The village moved around them, not quickly, not loudly, just steadily. And as the warm sunlight covered the little town, Thomas realized that another simple journey had already become another beautiful memory. The village square continued its peaceful rhythm beneath the warm morning sun. Thomas, Samuel, and Elizabeth walked slowly beneath the great oak tree that had watched over generations of villagers. Its branches stretched widely above them, offering shade to everyone who passed. Children had played beneath it, travelers had rested beneath it, families had shared stories beneath it. And now another quiet morning became part of its long history. Elizabeth looked upward. "Do you think the tree remembers everyone?" Thomas smiled. "Perhaps not in the way people remember." "Then how?" "Maybe it remembers through the marks left behind." He touched the rough bark gently. "Every season adds something. Every storm leaves a story. Every year becomes part of its life." Elizabeth placed her small hand against the tree. "I hope it remembers me." Thomas looked at her lovingly. "Think it will." Near the center of the square, a small group of villagers had gathered around a wooden table. They were preparing decorations for the upcoming harvest gathering. The event was not a grand celebration. There were no expensive decorations, no large performances. It was simply a day when neighbors came together to share food, music, and stories. But to the people of the valley, those simple gatherings meant everything. Mrs. Carter waved when she noticed them. "Thomas, come see what we are making." They walked over to the table. Colorful ribbons, dried flowers, and handmade decorations were spread across the wooden surface. Elizabeth immediately became interested. "I help?" Mrs. Carter smiled. "We would love your help." She handed Elizabeth a small bundle of dried flowers. "These need to be arranged carefully." Elizabeth took the flowers with great care. She placed each one slowly, choosing where it belonged. Samuel watched her. "She treats everything like it is important." Thomas smiled. "Because she believes everything has value." Villagers continued their work. Some tied ribbons, some prepared wooden signs. Others shared ideas about food they would bring. Everyone contributed something: a loaf of bread, a basket of fruit, a handmade decoration, a song, a story. The celebration was built from many small pieces, just like a good life. Nearby, the village carpenter Nathaniel Brooks worked on a wooden frame. Samuel walked over. "Can I help?" Nathaniel smiled. "I was hoping you would ask." He showed Samuel how to measure the wood carefully. "Good work begins with patience." Samuel nodded. He held the measuring tool steady while Nathaniel marked the boards. Thomas watched from a distance. He remembered when he was young and had learned similar lessons. The knowledge of one generation passed quietly to the next, not through grand speeches, but through simple moments: a hand showing another hand, a voice offering guidance, a person taking time to teach. The morning passed gently. The square slowly became more colorful. The decorations moved in the breeze. The sound of laughter filled the air. A musician nearby practiced a soft melody on an old wooden instrument. The tune was simple but beautiful. It traveled beneath the oak tree and across the village. People paused to listen. For a moment, everyone shared the same peaceful feeling. Thomas looked around. The village was not wealthy. It was not famous. But it had something many places searched for: a sense of belonging, a feeling that every person mattered. As the sun moved higher in the sky, Thomas, Samuel, and Elizabeth prepared to return home. The village continued preparing for its gathering. The oak tree continued standing quietly above them, and the little American countryside continued writing its story through ordinary people, ordinary moments, and the gentle connections that made life truly meaningful. The road back to the cottage felt especially peaceful that afternoon. The village sounds slowly faded behind them. The music beneath the oak tree became quieter. The voices of neighbors became distant. Soon, only the gentle sounds of the countryside remained. The soft movement of grass, the singing of birds, the quiet footsteps along the familiar path. Elizabeth walked between Thomas and Samuel, holding her small basket carefully. Inside were the treasures she had collected during their journey: a tiny flower, a smooth stone, a small piece of wood shaped by the wind and rain. Each item seemed ordinary to anyone else, but to Elizabeth, each one carried a memory. Samuel looked at the basket. "You really do find treasures everywhere," Elizabeth smiled. "Because I look everywhere." Thomas heard those words and smiled. There was wisdom hidden in them. Many people passed through life without noticing the beautiful things around them, not because beauty was absent, but because they were too busy searching for something bigger. The road continued beside the meadow. The afternoon sun warmed the fields, and the tall grasses moved gently like waves. A family of birds flew across the open sky. Their shadows moved quickly over the ground before disappearing. Thomas stopped for a moment. "Look." Samuel and Elizabeth followed his gaze. A large flock of birds was traveling above the valley. Hundreds of them moved together, changing direction at the same moment, rising, falling, turning. Their movement seemed perfectly organized. Elizabeth watched quietly. "Do they know where to go?" Thomas looked upward. "Some things are learned through experience." Samuel nodded. "Like people." "Exactly." Birds continued their journey until they became small shapes against the bright sky. The three travelers continued walking. Near the edge of the forest, they noticed an old stone wall covered with moss. No one knew exactly when it had been built. Some believed it marked the boundary of an old farm. Others thought it was simply created by people who had worked the land many years ago. Thomas had passed it countless times, yet every time he noticed something new. Today, tiny wildflowers grew between the stones, small and delicate, finding enough space to bloom. Elizabeth crouched beside them. "They are growing in the wall," Thomas nodded. "Often finds a way." The words were simple, but the lesson was deep. The world was filled with examples of patience and strength. A tree growing from a small seed, a river shaping stone over many years, a flower blooming in an unexpected place. The journey home continued. Soon, their cottage appeared in the distance. The smoke from the chimney rose gently into the afternoon sky. The garden surrounded the little home with familiar colors. The old maple tree stood beside it like a trusted friend. Elizabeth hurried ahead. "We're home," her voice carried across the yard. Mary stepped outside and smiled. "Welcome back." Thomas placed the supplies on the porch. "It was a good day." Mary looked at their faces. "I can tell." Sometimes happiness did not need explanation. It showed in the way people walked, in the brightness of their eyes, in the calmness of their voices. Inside the cottage, the family began preparing for the evening. Samuel placed the new book from the village store beside his chair. Elizabeth arranged her treasures carefully. Thomas helped Mary with the final tasks of the day. Outside, the sun slowly moved toward the western hills. Another evening was approaching. Another peaceful chapter of life was waiting. And in the quiet heart of the young American countryside, the little cottage continued to hold the greatest treasures of all: family, friendship, kindness, and memories created one ordinary day at a time. The afternoon slowly surrendered to evening once again. The valley seemed to know that another day was coming to a gentle close. The golden sunlight became softer. The shadows of the trees stretched longer across the fields. The birds began their final songs before returning to their nests. Inside the cottage, the quiet sounds of preparation filled the kitchen. Mary moved calmly between the shelves and the table, preparing the evening meal. Thomas helped by carrying fresh vegetables from the garden. Samuel arranged the wooden plates and cups. Elizabeth carefully placed the napkins, making sure each one was perfectly straight. "I think the table looks beautiful," she said proudly. Thomas smiled. It does. Mary looked at her. Because you helped. Elizabeth smiled. She was learning something important. Helping was not only about finishing a task, it was about being part of something. Outside, the last rays of sunlight touched the garden. The flowers appeared almost golden. The leaves of the maple tree glowed warmly against the evening sky. A gentle breeze moved through the branches. The same tree that had welcomed countless mornings now watched over another peaceful evening. When the meal was ready, the family gathered together. The conversation began slowly. There was no need to fill every moment with words. Sometimes comfortable silence was its own kind of conversation. Thomas looked at the faces around the table. He thought about the journey they had taken that day, the forest, the village, the old oak, the kind neighbors, the simple discoveries along familiar roads. Nothing extraordinary had happened. And yet the day felt complete. After dinner, Samuel opened the new book he had purchased. The pages were still crisp. The ink carried the fresh scent of something newly created. "What is it about?" Elizabeth asked. Samuel smiled. "Stories about distant places." Elizabeth looked interested. "Away places. Very far away." "Do you think people there are different?" Samuel thought for a moment. "Maybe they dress differently. Maybe they speak differently. I think they still enjoy the same things." "What things?" Samuel looked around the cottage. "Family, kindness, beautiful mornings, peaceful evenings." Thomas listened quietly. The boy was beginning to understand that the world was large, but many hopes and dreams were shared everywhere. Later, the family stepped outside once more. The sky had changed completely. The deep blue evening had returned. The first stars appeared above the hills. The moon rested quietly over the valley. A soft silver glow covered the fields. The fireflies returned to the garden, small lights moving gently through the darkness. Elizabeth watched them with wonder. "They always come back." Thomas nodded. "Many beautiful things do." Family sat together beneath the maple tree. The night air was cool. The sounds of the countryside surrounded them. The distant river, the whispering leaves, the quiet calls of nighttime creatures. Thomas looked toward the horizon. Every day in life was like a small journey. Some days carried adventure, some carried lessons, some were simply peaceful. But every day had something worth remembering. The stars continued shining above the little cottage. The village rested, the fields rested, the forest rested. And as the family prepared for another night of peaceful sleep, the valley quietly held onto another beautiful memory. A memory made not from great events, but from the simple moments that quietly become the most precious ones. The night settled more deeply over the valley. The little cottage stood quietly beneath the endless sky, its windows glowing warmly against the darkness outside. From a distance, it looked like a tiny lantern resting among the fields, a place of comfort, a place of peace, a place where stories were created every day without anyone realizing it. Inside, the family slowly prepared for sleep. The dishes were washed. The chairs were returned to their familiar places. The final candle in the kitchen was lowered, leaving only a gentle glow from the fireplace. Every small action was part of a familiar rhythm, a rhythm repeated through countless evenings. Thomas stepped outside one last time before bed. The cool night air touched his face. Above him, the stars filled the sky. There seemed to be more stars tonight than ever before. He knew, of course, that the sky had not changed. Only his attention had changed. Sometimes the world appeared more beautiful when the heart was peaceful. He walked slowly toward the garden. The plants rested quietly beneath the moonlight. The leaves held tiny drops of water from the evening mist. The flowers had closed their petals, waiting patiently for another sunrise. Thomas placed his hand on the old wooden fence. He thought about all the years he had spent caring for this land, the seasons that had passed, the storms that had arrived, the harvests that had succeeded. The moments that had seemed ordinary at the time but later became precious memories. Life was built from thousands of small moments. A morning conversation, a walk through the woods, a shared meal, a child's laughter, a quiet evening beneath the stars. No single moment seemed large enough to define a life, but together they created everything. The sound of footsteps behind him made him turn. It was Samuel. "I knew I'd find you here." Thomas smiled. "Couldn't sleep." Samuel looked toward the garden. "I was thinking about today." Thomas nodded. "It was a good day." Samuel was quiet for a moment. "I used to think adventures had to be far away." Thomas looked curious. "And now I think they can happen anywhere." A gentle smile appeared on Thomas's face. That was a lesson worth learning. The world was full of places waiting to be explored, but wonder was not only found in distant lands. It was found in paying attention, in seeing familiar things with new eyes. The two stood together beneath the stars. The night breeze moved through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called softly. The sound traveled across the valley before fading away. Samuel looked upward. You think people long ago looked at the same stars? Thomas smiled. Many generations before us have looked at this same sky. Farmers, travelers, children, families, wondering the same things. Samuel looked amazed. It connects everyone. The sky reminds us that we are all part of something much bigger. They remained there for a while. No hurry, no need to speak. Just two people sharing a quiet moment beneath the stars. Eventually, they returned inside. The cottage was warm and peaceful. Elizabeth was already asleep. Her basket of treasures rested beside her bed. The little white flower remained safely inside. Mary smiled when Thomas and Samuel returned. Everything ready? Thomas nodded. Everything is ready. Family said goodnight. The candles were extinguished. The doors were closed. The blankets were pulled warm around sleepy shoulders. Outside, the valley continued its quiet nighttime song. The brook flowed. The trees whispered. The stars watched silently above. And as another peaceful night began, the little cottage rested beneath the American countryside sky, holding within its walls the simple happiness of a family who understood the greatest treasures were often the ones that could never be bought. They were moments. They were memories. They were love shared from one day to the next. The night passed quietly over the valley. Hours moved slowly beneath the silver moon. The little cottage remained still, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of nature. The trees outside continued their gentle whispers. The brook continued carrying its endless song through the darkness. The fields rested beneath the cool night air. Everything waited patiently for the return of morning. Deep inside the forest, creatures moved softly through the shadows. A fox walked along the edge of the meadow, following a familiar path. A family of rabbits rested safely beneath a group of bushes. The owls watched silently from the high branches of ancient trees. The night had its own life, its own rhythm, its own quiet beauty. Inside the cottage, everyone slept peacefully. Thomas dreamed of fields beneath golden sunlight. Mary dreamed of gardens filled with flowers. Samuel dreamed of distant places he hoped to see someday. Elizabeth dreamed of discovering new treasures for her little basket. Each person carried their own small hopes, their own quiet wishes. And while they slept, the world continued preparing for another morning. Slowly, the darkness began to soften. The moon moved lower, the stars became less bright. A faint line of light appeared beyond the eastern hills. Morning was returning. The first bird began singing before anyone else. A single melody in the quiet air. Soon another bird answered, then another. The valley began its familiar awakening. Inside the cottage, Thomas opened his eyes. Another day had arrived. He listened for a moment. The same peaceful sounds greeted him. The same home, the same family. The same beautiful world outside his window. Yet every morning was different, every sunrise was new. He walked downstairs and opened the door. The fresh morning air welcomed him. The garden sparkled beneath thousands of tiny drops of dew. The flowers lifted their heads. The leaves moved gently. The old maple tree stretched its branches toward the sky. Thomas smiled. There was something comforting about beginnings. A new day meant another chance. Another chance to help someone. Another chance to learn something. Another chance to notice the beauty around him. Soon the cottage began waking. Mary came downstairs, then Samuel, then little Elizabeth, still sleepy but carrying her basket as always. "Good morning," she said softly. Thomas smiled. "Good morning." She looked toward the garden. "Do you think I will find a new treasure today?" Thomas looked at the sunrise. "I think the day has many surprises waiting." Elizabeth held her basket tightly. She was ready. After breakfast, the family prepared for another morning of simple work. The animals needed care. The garden needed attention. The fields needed their daily visit. Nothing about the tasks was unusual. But Thomas had learned something important. Ordinary work could become meaningful when done with care. Planting seeds, repairing fences, feeding animals, helping neighbors. These small actions were the foundation of a peaceful life. As the family stepped outside, the sun rose higher above the young American countryside. Golden light spread across the hills. The river shone in the distance. The forest stood quietly beyond the fields. Another day had begun. Another page of life was waiting to be written. And in that small valley where people lived simply and loved deeply, the greatest stories were not created through grand adventures. They were created through kindness, through patience, through moments shared together, through the quiet beauty of everyday life. The morning sun slowly climbed above the distant hills, spreading warm golden light across the peaceful valley. A new day had begun. The little cottage stood quietly among the fields, surrounded by trees, flowers, and the gentle sounds of nature. Thomas stepped outside and looked across the land he had cared for through many seasons. Every morning felt like a gift. The world was never exactly the same. The light changed, the wind changed, the sounds of the countryside changed, yet the feeling remained, a feeling of peace. A feeling of belonging. Soon, Samuel joined him near the garden gate. "Good morning, Father," Thomas smiled. "Good morning, Samuel." Young man looked toward the fields. "Valley looks different every morning." Thomas nodded. "That is because every morning brings something new." Samuel thought about those words. He had spent many days walking these paths, but he was beginning to understand that a familiar place could still hold endless discoveries. The garden needed attention after the night. Together, they walked between the rows of vegetables. They checked the plants carefully. A few leaves needed support. Some flowers needed gentle care. A small section of the fence needed repair. Nothing was difficult, but everything mattered. Samuel carefully tied a young plant to a wooden stick. "Why do we help plants like this?" Thomas smiled. "Because sometimes even strong things need support while they are growing." Samuel looked at the small plant. "I think people are the same." Thomas looked at him proudly. "Yes. That is one of the most important things to remember." As they worked, Elizabeth wandered through the garden carrying her little basket. She searched carefully beneath the flowers and beside the wooden fence. Thomas watched her. "What are you looking for today?" Elizabeth smiled. "Something I haven't found before." Samuel laughed. "That could be anything." "Exactly." She continued searching happily. A few moments later, she stopped beside the old maple tree. "Look." Thomas and Samuel walked closer. In her hand was a small golden leaf. The leaf was not large, it was not rare, but it had fallen in a beautiful shape with tiny patterns across its surface. Elizabeth placed it carefully inside her basket. "This one is special," Thomas smiled. "What makes it special?" She thought for a moment. "I found it today." Thomas nodded. Sometimes the value of a thing came from the moment connected to it, not from how expensive or rare it was. The family continued their morning work. The chickens wandered through the yard. The horses moved peacefully inside the barn. The birds sang from the trees. The entire valley seemed to move together in harmony. Later that morning, a familiar sound came from the road. A wagon approached the cottage. It was the village messenger carrying letters and supplies from nearby towns. Thomas walked toward the gate. "Good morning." Messenger smiled. "Good morning, Thomas." He handed him a small bundle of letters. "Some news from the village." Thomas thanked him. The messenger looked around at the peaceful farm. "You have a beautiful place here." Thomas looked toward the fields. "Yes, are fortunate." Messenger nodded. "Many people search for happiness in distant places." He smiled. "But sometimes it is waiting right where they are." After the wagon continued down the road, Thomas looked at the letters in his hand. One letter was from an old friend who lived beyond the mountains. A friend he had not seen in many years. Samuel noticed his expression. "Is something wrong?" Thomas smiled softly. "No. It is a reminder that the world is larger than this valley." Samuel looked curious. "Do you miss traveling?" Thomas looked toward the distant mountains. "Sometimes. I have learned something. Journey changes us. Some journeys take us far away. Others simply teach us to appreciate where we already are." The morning breeze moved through the maple tree. The leaves whispered gently above them. The valley continued its peaceful rhythm. And as the family returned to their daily work, they did not know that this ordinary morning would soon bring new stories, new memories, and another gentle adventure waiting just beyond the familiar paths of home.